it mutes all of us. So everyone has to unmute, and then we'll pick up with the roll call. So, Maureen, you can start recording. Okay. I'm unmuted. And board members, once you're back on, if you can put yourself back on camera, then I'll know that we're good to go. It's a bit tedious, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Rich and Brianna, I've not seen you guys reappear yet.
Hey, sorry, I'm having some technology issues. It's kind of being a camera.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks for letting me know.
Chair Samuelson.
Here, good morning. Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda? I have one. My amendment is we're going to have to postpone agenda item D, which is the welcome and introduction for our new student board member. I checked with the governor's office yesterday and they are still conducting interviews. So they didn't have anyone ready for today, which means we will probably look forward to welcoming our student at our next meeting. But in the meantime, we'll take item D off of the agenda. Any other amendments? Okay, hearing none. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the board this morning? So you can raise your hand if you're on the Teams platform or *5 if you're calling in. All right, I'm not seeing anyone. We'll hold this open while I continue ahead. Next is a motion to approve our draft meeting minutes of our June 17th, 2026 meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the draft meeting minutes of the June 17th, 2026 meeting.
You're always there for us, Rich. Thank you.
I second that.
Seconded by Mohammed. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving our meeting minutes of June 17th, 2026, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Skipping over D, board announcements. Are there any board announcements? I've got a couple. Sure.
I think at the last meeting, it was suggested that if we were approached about any of the topics that the board is discussing by any group, that this would be the time to mention that. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So just I had members of the Peacham School Board just raise concerns about how small and scarce designation were going to be determined. I think their concern is about the use of averages versus actual class sizes. In a small school, those vary. So that was one concern. And then I had member of I think it's the Campaign for Vermont, reach out and wanted to know what we were going to do, or what our position was on student performance and about the test scores that came out earlier this year. And I know that the agency is going to talk about accountability later at this meeting, and so I directed them to the agency on that. But those are the two issues that came up in the last month.
Great. Thanks, Tom. With regard to Peachum, I mean, obviously, anyone is always welcome to come during public comment and raise those concerns with the full board. Beyond that, we have our by necessity committee, as well as the class size minimums committee, and I hope that they are following the work of those committees and will raise the issues there as well.
Yeah, that was I told them I would let them know when those committees were meeting.
Great, great, okay. And yes, we do have a pretty full agenda with agency updates later today. So hopefully this will answer a lot of the questions that Campaign for Vermont has as well. I was just going to say briefly, Brian texted or emailed a little bit ago to say that he would not arrive until about 10 o'clock this morning. Also, Brianna, if you could check your email, you've got something from Maureen and Suzanne. Just wanted to let you know. And then the other thing I was going to mention is that we do have a very tight agenda today. So originally the meeting was scheduled to end at 3. We've trimmed it back so that we get out of here just before 2, but that is really completely dependent on us staying on schedule. So I just wanted to put that out there because I'm hoping that we get out of here by 2. I know that everyone probably has a busy afternoon scheduled around this meeting, and I don't want to lose a quorum. So, any other announcements? Checking in, I don't see any members of the public. Brianna, you are our sole student report this morning.
Good morning, everyone. It feels so weird going first. I'm so used to Caleb going, but honestly, not much has been going on with me. I've just been working a lot lately. But pretty soon, I'd say in about a month or like 3 weeks, our soccer team is gonna get back to going because we like to start in the summer for our preseason. So as soon as school starts, we can just start back with games. But we do have a little bit of an issue there because our soccer coach for the girls retired last year. So she left and went to Florida. So we're still trying to figure out someone there. But yeah, there hasn't been much. I've been looking a little bit at colleges, but not as much as I probably should be right now. But yeah.
Do you have trips planned to go look at colleges?
I have a couple, but I'm not sure when because one of them, my cousin actually goes to that college, so I can just go with her and then stay with her. But otherwise, like we also do a lot through Gear Up. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's like I guess you could call it like an organization that goes to our school. There's a bunch at a lot of schools, but they just help a lot with college and like financial aid and all of that. And they typically try to plan some college trips for us, which actually this Saturday we're going to be going to Washington, D.C. for a like leadership trip.
Oh, that'll be fun. Where are you staying in Washington? Like, are you staying at a university?
No, I think we're just staying at like a hotel, but that's just going to be like for sleeping. And then we're just going to go to like another like housing unit for all of it. I think that's less college related, but just more like leadership because I guess it's like a bunch of kids from like around the United States getting together, doing like a bunch of leadership activities and getting to know each other.
What's the organization?
Called Gear Up.
Oh, okay, you're doing it through Gear Up, got it, okay. That's great. Any questions or comments for Brianna? Missing Brian right now because he's usually our most, animated participant during the student report. All right, well, thank you for the update. And I think the next time we hear from you, you should be back in school and up to your eyes in senior planning.
Yes, I think so.
Thank you. All right, next up we have committee updates. Oh, well, we can't start with Brian because he's not here. Tammy, do you have a brief update?
Good morning, everyone. The Standards Committee was supposed to meet last night. We made the call to cancel due to the weather. It turned out to be a little less of an event than we thought, but the concern is that we would lose power and that would be challenging for us. So we'll be rescheduling.
And actually, Tammy, you are on the class size implement, like you and Tom, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if either of you want to jump in and provide an
There
update on
hasn't
that
been
committee.
any activity or meetings since the last meeting.
Oh, okay. All right. I think we're going to have a jam-packed fall. Okay. Rich, I will turn it over to you for the State School Construction Advisory Board update.
Thank you. We had a wonderful meeting the other day on Monday. Suzanne once again set up a great agenda for us, and we had a really good discussion. We had, I always get it wrong, Deputy Secretary Briggs Campbell and a lady by the name of Courtney, who I forgot to write her last name, who is kind of filling in for Bob Donahue until they hire a new Bob Donahue who retired. So we just barely had a quorum, so we only had a 1 hour meeting because one of our members had to drop off at 2. But we have I think a really good roadmap. I think we understand what we need to do, and we are hoping for our next meeting, which was sent out, and I don't know if we've gotten all the responses yet, to have another meeting in August to meet with. We're hoping the chairman of Ways and Means, or the finance group in the House, I think it's Ways and Means, and Ed leadership for both the House and the Senate, along with some people from AOE. To the big task that was given to us is that we have to identify 3 to 5 feasible construction and renovation opportunities for regional high school opportunity. And we determined that there is no good definition for what is a comprehensive regional high school. So we're going to start with that. We hope get some clarity on what the legislature was looking for the report on December 1st. And then Deputy Secretary Briggs Campbell, along with Courtney and the new Bob Donahue, a lot of our charge after that is to work with AOE to, give me 1 second. Oh, I lost it. Sorry. Anyways, to kind of assist them in, I'm sorry. Yeah, to work with school construction capital outlay rules, and we're gonna so AOE is supposed to, in consultation with the advisory board, work on that, and we have until March of 2028 to do that. So once we get through the regional high school, comprehensive regional high school, and what the legislature requested for December 1st, then we'll move on to that. And that's my report.
Thanks, Rich. And I know that the charge for this committee has been fairly wide sweeping. It seemed like when you first started the committee, it was struggling to take root, but at least your reports, I mean, it sounds like you've got some good momentum building. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I didn't form this, the legislature formed it, and you asked me to do it because you didn't want to do it. And it's not a lot of fun, but Suzanne is really good and she makes it work for us. and we got a really great group of people, and it's really I think it's a good core group, and it just sometimes the legislature asks for the impossible, and I don't think there's any oh, Kate's here, she used to be a legislator, but sometimes I don't, there's, and I understand, because when you look at the packet the legislature has to vote on, it's huge, and there's so much in there, but it wasn't, both their charges last year, the December 1st or December 15th charge and the December 1st charge for this year is really difficult. And one of the things last year that House Ed, who's not running again this year, the chair said is we couldn't figure it out, so we booted it off to you folks, and good luck, kind of thing. So it was kind of an interesting task, but it sounds like fun, and it really gives me an eye on how state legislature works. But it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
and again, if Suzanne quits, I'm quitting.
All right, heard that one. No, what I was going to say though is it does feel like the committee is coalescing, and that you guys are, it felt like when the committee started, it was really amorphous, and it seems like you're putting shape on what you need to do and how you're going to do it. Whether or not it is ultimately feasible to get everything done by December 1st is a separate question, but at least I think you know the landscape in which you're existing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Rich? Okay. I'm going to circle back one last time for public comment, but I don't see anybody. So I'm going to close that out and close out agenda item H. I also don't see Katie Ballard here with us, and despite my earlier warning, we're actually ahead of schedule. So I think what I would like to do is hop ahead to agenda item K, and then we'll come back to agenda item J when Katie joins us. So K is State Board of Ed committee work in response to Act 70 of 2026. As we talked about at our last meeting, well, first of all, Act 73 obviously was sweeping in its charge. And so we've been working to achieve the tasks that have been assigned to us by Act 73. This past legislative session, Act 70 modified and then added to some of those responsibilities. And so we now have a lot of work and some updated deadlines from those that have been set forth in Act 73. We also have Kate, who has joined the board, who has agreed to serve on some committees. So all of that is to say, I spent some time kind of plotting out who would be where on, which committees, how can I fit Kate in, and kind of put everyone to their highest and best uses. And what are the deadlines that we're looking at, and how are we going to accomplish that? So the purpose of this agenda item is threefold. First, I'd like to stand up a new committee to respond to Act 170's mandate that we update the criteria for length of a school day. So I've got some language for that, but we're going to have another State Board of Ed committee that's looking at that particular charge from Act 170. Second, as I populated that committee, I did do some adjustments with our remaining committees. I've spoken with each of you, and then I'm just going to kind of go through what the new committee memberships are for everyone's general information. And then I've asked Maureen and Suzanne after the meeting to update that information on our website. And then third, I wanted to provide a brief overview of the proposed timeline and how I envision this work unfolding. Sarah has been really instrumental in kind of helping to plot that out. And there was a late addition to the agenda packet last night with that proposed timeline. So three things. So first, with regard to the length of the school day committee, I would ask for a motion that the State Board of Education establish a committee to recommend updates to Agency of Education 2300 length of a school day and year, specific program requirements for public schools, to update the criteria for the length of a school day for each grade, pre-kindergarten through grade 12, consistent with the definition of a school day contained in 16 V.S.A. Section 1141, pursuant to 3 V.S.A. Section 843, and bring its recommendations before the full board for discussion and vote, such that the board shall adopt such updates on or before March 31st, 2027, unless extended by the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules in accordance with Act 170 of 2026, Section 27D. So that language, and I can put it in the chat, I took that language straight from Act 70, 27D. Didn't think too far outside the box on that one.
I will make that motion, but I'm not going to repeat it.
Thank you, Rich. Is there a second? Seconded by Tom. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, hearing none, you've approved the motion. I will now ask for a motion that the State Board of Education authorize its chair to appoint members to the newly constituted length of a school day and year committee. And let me just forecast. I have spoken with Cynthia, Mohammed, and Brianna. They have each agreed to serve on the committee, and Cynthia has agreed to serve as chair. So that's my intent, if the board approves the motion.
Is that all?
That's it.
Oh, well, I'll move that then.
Thank you, Rich.
That was too easy.
Is there a second? Seconded by Tom. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 I think I'm going to recuse myself for accepting to be a part of the committee. I think
Okay.
that would make sense, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, what you're doing is authorizing that I, as the chair, have the authority to appoint members to the committee.
Then aye. How about that?
Thank you. All right, all those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, hearing none, you've approved the motion, and as forecasted, I'm going to appoint Cynthia as the chair of the committee, and Mohammed and Brianna will also serve on it with her. So that's the first part of this agenda item. The second is just to review committee memberships. So several committees don't have any changes at all, but I'm just going to go through them in the interest of just being comprehensive. So we've got our by necessity committee that will remain Tammy as chair with Brian and Cynthia as the other members. So no change to that. Rule Series 2370, we're kind of in, that committee's not actually doing anything. There's no change to that membership. Legislative Review Committee, no change to that. That will continue with me serving as the chair, as well as Tammy and Brian. 2200 Approvals Committee, the committee membership will stay the same. However, in light of the fact that Tom is going off the board in February, he and I spoke about the wisdom of perhaps having him step down as chair while remaining on the committee to transition a new person to be the chair, just to make sure that there's good overlap before Tom transitions off the board. And he thought that was a good idea. So I've spoken with Cynthia. She has also agreed to serve as the chair of that committee. So 2200 Approvals will now be Cynthia as the chair, plus Tom and Brian. Student Performance Standards Committee will remain Tammy as chair, plus Mohammed and Tom. Caleb, of course, has transitioned off the board. When and if when we have a new student member, if that student member wants to join the committee, that's the decision that he or she will make. But for right now, Tammy's the chair, Mohammed and Tom round it out. Minimum Class Size Implementation Committee, that there's been a little bit of a change because, again, I was wanting to put Kate to her, best use, and also recognizing that Tammy was serving on a lot of committees and has a very busy day job, as we all know. So Tammy has agreed to step off this committee. So I'm going to put Kate in to replace her, and then Brianna is shifting off this committee because I just appointed her to the Length of the School Day committee. So that committee will now be Brian will remain as chair, and then it will be Kate and Tom. And then finally, Roles and Responsibilities Committee. Again, just trying to figure out where to put Kate. This will continue to be Tammy and me, and then Kate. And so I'm taking Cynthia off of that. And then Rich, given the yeoman's work that he's doing with the school construction, he and I agreed that that was plenty for him to stay out of trouble. So roles and responsibilities will just be me serving as the chair plus Tammy and Kate. And that's it. Any questions? Tom?
And just who's on the 2370 committee?
I believe, well, the chair is vacant. And let me just tell you quickly, that's a good question. Okay, 2370 committee members are Tammy, Tom, Rich, and Mohammed. And as a practical matter, I don't see that committee doing any work in the next year. Not because it doesn't need to get done, but A, we don't really have good direction from the legislature. B, we don't have capacity with state board members to tackle this work. And C, arguably, we don't have the funding to support the work either. So I didn't want to retire the committee because that work still needs to be done. But as people transition off the board, then I would replace members at that point. Rich?
Yeah, I just want to, are you gonna, when we're all said and done and this is all over, will that be a separate thing that can get sent out, like just a piece of paper or something that lists
Yeah.
which communities, so that I was trying to type it in and you talk faster than I type.
Sorry about that. Yeah, and it's also Maureen and Suzanne are going to update the committee list on the website as well. But yes, I can send that out. So, and maybe this is a good time for me to mention, we had the celebration of life for my father-in-law this past weekend with 250 guests. So I'm not quite where I want to be with today's meeting. So I'm sorry that that was not forwarded in advance. Any other questions with regard to committee membership? Okay, but Rich, yes, I will follow up with an email to all board members just so that you have this.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then timeline and deliverables. That was added to the agenda packet last evening. So we've got for each of the committees the target complete dates, the estimate of how many meetings the committees will have, when we plan to finish our pre-work, and then noting that we will take into account any public comment that we receive. Has everyone had a chance to see that document? It's just a one-pager. Any questions about that?
It's a beautiful document, well done, and just reminds even folks involved in committees on where they are and where they're heading, and just be prepared. I like it.
Oh, good, thank you. And really the thanks on that goes to Sarah, so, but I appreciate the feedback. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, and then my final comment on State Board of Ed work in response to Acts 170 and 73 is that it's really important that we get this work done. I do recognize that summer is kind of challenging because people go on vacation. It's hard to get witnesses to come in to testify. I know Tammy's been experiencing that a lot with her Student Performance Standards Committee. So I think what that means is that the fall is going to be busy. I do like how it's listed out. I mean, no committee is meeting an endless amount of times, which I think should give all of us hope that the work can get done. In addition, all committees will have this benefit of support of Maureen and Suzanne in terms of facilitating the meeting, and as well as Sarah to help the committees make sure that they have the legal support that they need. So with that in mind, I encourage all committee members to work diligently to check email, even, I keep my email up all the time, but I would encourage you guys to all check your email at least once a day, just to make sure that you're not missing things, doodle polls, all of that. I also would encourage people to try to attend meetings. And to that end, I will leave it to the discretion of each committee chair to hold meetings without all members as long as there is a quorum, just so that we don't get held up by conflicting schedules. I think it's really important that we get the work done. I will leave that to the discretion of each committee chair, but I just wanted to put that out there. And it might be helpful to either schedule standing meetings or at the end of each committee meeting, as a committee before the meeting disbands, set the next meeting so that everyone can just pull out their calendars and look in live time and say, this is when I'm going to be available 2 weeks from now. So just different ways of thinking about it. But again, we're going to have a really, really busy fall. So anything that the committee chairs can do to really keep the meetings moving along would be great. Anything else? Okay, I'm gonna close that one out. I still don't see Katie. How about if we scoot ahead to I guess I can just stay in order. Agenda item O, which is a vote to appoint a hearing officer to hear the tuition appeal pursuant to 16 V.S.A. 828. So as board members know, we do have an executive session later in today's meeting to consider a tuition appeal brought pursuant to the same statute, 16 V.S.A. 828. For ease of reference, I'm going to call that one the first tuition appeal. Agenda item O is to have a similar process put in place for a second tuition appeal. Different family, different fact pattern, but also similarly appealing a denial of tuition for their student. So similar to the first tuition appeal, I would propose that Sarah Buxton again be appointed as the hearing officer. In this capacity, she would contact the parties, set discovery deadlines, and schedule the hearing. And again, similar to the first tuition appeal, she would then prepare draft findings of fact and conclusions of law for the State Board of Ed's consideration. And similar today, there would be an executive session where the State Board could ask questions and make changes to the draft document before rendering the final decision of the State Board of Ed. So any questions before I have a motion?
I'll move that onto the floor so we can have discussion.
Great.
That it be Sarah.
Great. Thank you, Rich. Is there a second? Seconded by Tom. Any discussion?
I just want to say that reviewing the paperwork ahead of time, that I am so glad that Sarah got to do that and not one of us, because that was just a little bit of work and typing. So thank you for taking these on, Sarah.
Thank you, Rich. Any other comments or questions? Are we ready for the vote? Okay, and actually, just to make this a little bit more specific, Rich, if you want to make a friendly amendment, this is that the State Board of Education appoint Sarah Buxton as the hearing officer in the A as an apple, B as in boy, tuition appeal.
Okay, so if you folks will allow me, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that that we appoint Sarah Buxton as our hearing officer to hear tuition appeal pursuant to 16 V.S.A. 828 in regards to AB, A as in Adam, B as in boy.
Thank you, Rich. And Tom, you'd already seconded that, right? Okay. All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, and thank you, Sarah. My goodness, we are still ahead of schedule. Oh, but we do have Katie Ballard. Good morning, Katie, and not to put you on the spot, but if you are ready to go, we are ready for you.
Good morning. I'm more than happy to be ready. Sorry, I meant to come a few minutes earlier, but just didn't get there.
No, timing is perfect. And let me just say, well, and you know, Kate is new, so I'll give the little intro here.
Kate
The
and I are
special,
very familiar with each other. Very excited to see Kate again.
excellent. All right, well, maybe I don't need to do the intro. So we have periodic updates from the Special Education Advisory Panel. This is a requirement by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that each state establish and maintain an advisory panel for the purpose of advising the state special education staff regarding the education of eligible children aged 3 through 21 with disabilities. Panel members include teachers, representatives from state agencies, and independent schools, among others, and the majority of members are either individuals with disabilities or parents of children with disabilities. Katie Ballard is the chair of the SEEP, and Katie is going to appear briefly before the board today because she really wanted to provide an update. And then I have invited her to come back in September to do a deeper dive. So today's just a taste, just an overview. And then we will really look into things in more detail in September. So Katie, thank you so much for joining us and welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Samuelson. I really appreciate it. First and foremost, today I really am just coming to give a big picture kind of update, as Chairperson Samuelson said. And so part of our update when I come back next time will be sharing out this year's unmet needs document, as well as some recommendations and the priority areas that we've identified as a panel over this year for areas of feedback to the AOE or areas of concern. Today, there was two reasons I really wanted to come and kind of get in front of you all. The first reason is, as a panel, we've really navigated a lot of changes over the last few years, as I've spoke about, including transitions with AOE staff, as well as just trying to navigate for the panel what structure and organization makes the most sense for the panel, as we've been working really hard to get it back in line with what IDEA and the purpose of our panel is. So with part of that, I just want to preface my next update by saying, I think I shared with you last time I was here that my term, I had served my 2 terms as chair, and I would be transitioning into a different role. There have been a few changes, and one of the things we've done in order to make our special ed advisory panel, we do get a stipend. It's very limited, so it's very much a big lift for volunteers. And so to make that a bit easier, we're looking at shifting into a co-chair model, where the co-chairs will be able to work together. And so we are going to be having our final elections in September, but my hope is that our next update with the board, I can bring Summer Shelter in with me, and she is going to be co-chairing with me for next year and really working on a couple of things. The priorities are going to be to increase accessibility of panel conversations. So really looking at how do we bring some of these big topics with a lot of information, and that can sometimes have a lot of jargon, into a place that's more accessible for everybody, including all panel members and those with different accessibility needs. Our second goal is to really be able to work with the Agency of Education around this transition with the new Deputy Chief Academic Officer, and hopefully very soon a new State Director of Special Ed. I know that is something we are looking forward to. The last thing we're really going to be hitting the ground running with, and this is what I touched base with Chairperson Samuelson around, was our connection with the state board. So over the past few years, we've really been intentional on building our relationship and increasing our role as a panel as it relates to this board. So that includes updates and just engaging on some topics that have come up over, or with the AOE, sorry, engaging in different topics over the last few years And we've seen a really positive increase in engagement with leadership from the AOE, and have really felt like it's not just, and forgive me, AOE staff who are on the call, it's not just lip service, which in the past it might have felt like. It's been really meaningful to have panel participation on different work groups and in different conversations. In that spirit, we would really like to reach out to the state board here today and just ask and offer that when we come back in September or whenever it is, I apologize, we would really love to engage in a conversation about how can we have a more robust engagement with the state board. Some of that could look like increasing opportunities for us to come and engage. I know that the last several times I've come, there's been a lot of questions and interest in the conversation. And so we definitely would love to keep that going as that feels appropriate and helpful. We also would be, one thing that's been really amazing with the AOE is when they have big policy changes or rule changes or things that are coming down the pipeline for them, they bring it to us. And then we're able to come to them before they're making decisions, before they're putting out um, a lot of material, and provide our feedback in an intentional, proactive way. They've also included us in work groups. I'm not sure that we have an answer for what it looks like for engaging with the state board, but we would love to talk about that. We'd love to support these conversations more as they're continuing. And in that, also in that theme, I would just put out there, we would also love if anybody from the state board would be interested in attending panel meetings, either kind of to represent the state board or just even, quarterly, like I come here. Our state, just so you all are aware, the panel meetings are primarily virtual. They're the first Tuesday evening from 4:30 to 7:30. The only time that is not true is our October and May meeting. We have a full day, 10 to 4 in-person meeting at the Agency of Education. And that's just really a way to open our year and end our year. I think that is the bulk of what I wanted to share with you all today. I really appreciate the opportunity to just come and kind of put that out there, get it on your radar, and be able to have you think about that as we prepare for our conversation next time.
Great. Thanks so much for that, Katie. And yeah, you and I talked about maybe having a state board member join the SEEP. I mean, how do you still have vacancies on the board, on the panel?
We definitely still have vacancies. And I would say that just the nature of kind of the structure of our group, it fluctuates. So we definitely still have members that are parents, educators, professionals, and we have ex officio members from the AOE who attend pretty consistently. I will say, I think, and just talking with you, Jen, was like thinking about just that really positive, consistent conversation with the AOE and being able to kind of have that continuous connection in that dialogue feels like it would be really helpful at this point as we continue to move the Vermont SEEP forward.
Thanks. So board members, something to think about. If anyone would like to join the SEEP officially, I mean, it sounds like there is space available. So I would invite all of us to consider that as schedules permit. Beyond that, I would say, and I know that Katie, you come in, roughly every 3 or so months, particularly as we gear up with doing the work in response to Acts 73 and 170. It might be helpful to have someone from the SEEP attend our meetings, just to kind of keep your finger on the pulse of the work that we're doing, as well as, and this is something that we can think about in maybe more detail in September, but how to get you involved in a meaningful way with the committee work, particularly the pre-work that the committees are doing for anything that's going to require an update to the rules. Because I think your point is well taken. It is really helpful to have that perspective and feedback, particularly before we go live with something. Tammy, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Katie, I'd be interested and happy to collaborate with the seat.
Thanks, Tammy. I think I have your email address. When we get our first meeting scheduled, I will get that sent to you. The other thing I will say is just to put this out there for other board members and anyone in the public interested. Because of the nature of our work, we try and be really flexible to what participation looks like. And so if there are members who, for whatever reason, I know board meetings happen on Tuesdays, so I know other people might be busy with that. If you can attend, we do have pretty detailed minutes and notes that we take, and just word out there, we don't publicize our recordings, but I know that there is a way through the FOIA process that people can request the meetings, and we encourage members who missed meetings or might be interested to see bigger conversations to do that as well. So there are other ways to kind of stay engaged and involved. And I am sure myself or somebody, definitely someone from our executive committee, would be more than happy to come and join meetings. I usually do pay attention or at least read the minutes, but to your point, I do think it would be helpful for our panel to stay kind of engaged and aware of where your conversations are.
Katie, is it possible to, I mean, recordings may not necessarily be available except on request, but are the meeting minutes, like, could that be included in our agenda packet when the seat provides updates?
Absolutely. All of our meetings, because we are a public, just like you all, because we're a public group, all of our meetings are public record and are on the AOE website. But I am sure we could provide those, or I know AOE staff provides them to our panel, so I'm sure they could provide them to your board as well.
Okay, so maybe this is a question for Maureen and Suzanne. If, we have updates from the SEEP, that maybe we could have the meeting minutes from any prior meetings included in the agenda packet, just so that board members are more aware of what's going on, and then maybe that will help facilitate conversation. Does that sound like it would be helpful?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay.
Well, thank you all so much for your time today. I know you have a very busy agenda, and I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion. Thanks you all. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, Katie. Okay. I think what might make sense now is okay, let me scoot ahead to agenda item P. I'm assuming board members are okay with me going ahead on the agenda, which will just kind of build us more time in the afternoon and at a minimum keep us on track, and maybe, who knows, we'll finish early. Otherwise we can take a big break, but I don't think that's really our best use of time. So agenda item P is a contract for a limited service exempt position to support State Board of Education work pursuant to Act 170 of 2026. I decided not to include the budget bill in the agenda packet because it's voluminous, and literally the language authorizing this position is, I'll read it to you, hang on. I'll find it. Bear with me. Okay, so this is from Act 144, Section E 511(1). So let me find it. Okay, so if anyone is interested, what I'm about to read is found on Act 144. This is the budget bill on page 197, Section E 511(1). And it says, of the general fund appropriated in Section B 511(1) of this Act, $130,000 shall be for a limited service exempt position to be taken from the position pool. I've spoken with both Sarah and Tammy about this, and I also reached out just as a little bit of background to Donna Russo Savage, people who've been on the board long enough might recall she was she was ledge counsel, and then she worked for the agency. And she really supported the board through the Act 46 process. But I talked to her about, what would this position look like? Not that she would be the person for it, but just kind of thinking through, because literally what I read to you is the structure that we have to go on. So as we're thinking through the position, what I'd like to do is to get authorization as chair to take the following steps to fill the limited service exempt position funded by the legislature, that will include approving and finalizing the position description and classification, determining the recruitment and selection process, advertising the position, reviewing applications, conducting or arranging interviews, to identify and select a qualified candidate, and then also establishing compensation within the amount appropriated and applicable state requirements, in order to extend and execute an offer of employment, and to complete all documentation and other actions required by the Department of Human Resources to fill the position. I again plan to work closely with both Sarah and Tammy to make sure that all of this is done in keeping with legal requirements. And we'll periodically report to the board regarding the recruitment and hiring process. And my understanding is, even if we started working on this tomorrow, we probably would not have this position filled until the beginning of 2027. So it will take a while. But with that, let me pause. Are there any questions?
I'll move that onto the floor, but I'm not going to repeat it entirely so we can have discussion.
Okay, Rich, would you entertain a motion to authorize the chair, acting on behalf of the State Board of Education, to work with the Vermont Department of Human Resources and other appropriate state officials, and to take all steps necessary to establish, recruit for, select, and hire a qualified individual for the limited service exempt position funded pursuant to 2026 Act and Resolves number 144, section E 511.1.
That's exactly what I said.
I thought so. I was just dressing it up a little. All right, that's
You
Rich's
make me
motion.
look really good, Jennifer.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Mohammed. Any discussion?
Oh, no.
Tom?
I might have missed it. Is there a projected or a determined length of service for this position?
I believe it's 1 year. And that $130,000 is the full amount. So to the extent that there are benefits, it would actually, the salary would be less than that, so that the total package would be the $130,000.
A clarifying point, the position is not limited to 1 year. The appropriation is limited to 1 year. They don't say it's 1 year position. They've just appropriated funding for 1 year. Is that correct?
That sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay, I just asked because it works differently in the human resources system, right? So,
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we have, so Tom, the answer to your question is there's a position, but we have 1 year of funding for that position. Whether or not the legislature would then authorize funding for additional years, I think is an open question, but it is not a time-bound position in statute that says this is a 1 year position. Does that help, Tom?
And my understanding, Tom, is that, the first step would be for me to reach out to Department of Human Services, and they have a listing of positions. So within that listing, we will work to come up with a position description most analogous to what's already listed. And then, so that, that's kind of like the title for the position, and then we'll fill in the detail of what the position will entail. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Okay, I'm going to scoot ahead to agenda item Q, which is future meeting planning. Currently, the board is not scheduled to meet in August, although committees will be meeting. If it seems necessary for us to meet, I recognize any meeting at this point might not happen on a regularly scheduled date. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. It might be a doodle poll to see, when board members are available. So I'm reserving the right to schedule a meeting if we need to have one, but at least for now, we are not planning to meet on the third Wednesday of August, which means that we will not be meeting again as a full board until September. We also, and it pains me to say this, have several board members that will be transitioning off the board in February. So what we've done in the past is we've had our fall meetings at locations to honor those board members. So just putting that out there. Tom is transitioning off the board. I believe Tammy is transitioning off the board. Kate might be transitioning off the board. So, which is going to leave a gaping hole in the State Board of Ed, but that is a problem for another day. But in the meantime, I would suggest, Tammy, Tom, and Kate, never a bad idea to celebrate you more than once. I think let's plan to have meetings in person for September, October, and November so that we can go to each, to honor each of you. And then if anyone ends up staying on the board, great. Tammy, you looked like you were going to say something.
It's just a lot of logistics.
It's a lot. Well, well, that is a fair point. That is a fair point.
I'm just only
And-
thinking about, fall can be really hectic for schools and districts. So, but
Yeah.
yes, we can figure it out.
Okay, so just consider that, and you three in particular, if you feel strongly for having a meeting in person or not, let me know, because we can work around that. But Tammy's point is well taken. I mean, like, I always say it's really good to meet in person because there are the intangible benefits of being in person, which are not inconsequential. In addition to that, it really does ground our work to get into a school and see that school in action, because it really drives home the point of what we're doing and why we're doing it. And at the end of the day, it is about the students. So I do feel strongly about that. I do acknowledge, though, what I just said, we have a ton of work that we need to get done. And if it's going to be a better use of board members' times to have, Zoom meetings where we can really focus on the work and not have board members driving, a couple hours in either direction for a meeting, maybe we have 2 in-person meetings or 1 in-person meetings. We can figure that out. Kate?
Are you aware of the order of appointment? I believe it's the Senate, the House, and the leadership and the governor. Do you know who is doing what the order of operations is here?
I think that is a question for maybe not the State Board of Ed. So what I know from Act 73 is that the House got the next appointment, which arguably was you. The Senate got the next appointment, and then the remaining 6 appointments, if I'm doing the math right, were the governor's office. Now, I don't know if your appointment, Kate, for a very limited period of time, was that the House's bite at the apple? I don't know. Other minds can, fight that one out. So I don't know if it's Senate governor or House Senate governor, but that would be a good thing to know. I just, administer the affirmation of office and oath of allegiance. All right. So keeping that in mind, let me just find my list. If I can find my list of running deadlines. So for September, we should have a new student member by then. So we'll have the oath of allegiance and affirmation of office and welcome to the new student member. Hopefully we will have robust committee updates. Those have been pretty short as committees are getting started. But my guess is that as time goes on and we get deeper into the fall, those committee updates are going to be much more substantive and will, each take longer to go through. With regard to that, let me just kind of flesh that out a little bit. We had talked as a board, but as board members recall, both Act 73 and 170 require us to engage in rulemaking, particularly with regard to updates to the education quality standards, which is Rule Series 2000, and Rule Series 2200, which are independent school approval rules. I think because this work is so voluminous and because the work of the committees is so interconnected, what I'm envisioning is we are not going to stand up an EQS update committee or a 2200 update committee. And instead, we're going to have all of the committees that I, just went through and repopulated doing the work of their committee charge, bringing their recommendations back to the whole board. And as we have public comment, so basically I'm looking at the board as a unit reopening EQS and the board as a unit reopening 2200. As we receive public comment in the context of EQS that pertains to, let's say, class size minimums, that would be referred back to the class size minimums committee to kind of hash out those details and then bring it back to the full board. All of that is to say, I think the committee updates are going to become more voluminous. And then as we get into the fall, we're probably going to have pre-work as a board on EQS and 2200 to really weave in these committee updates that implicate both of those rule series. Does that make sense? Okay. So going back to September, new student committee updates, secretary report, independent school approvals. We'll have a deeper dive with the special education advisory panel. And depending on the timing, we may have an executive session for the second tuition appeal that we just referred to Sarah earlier in this meeting. Tom?
Yeah, a couple things. I'm just doing the time budget in my head. So there's probably we didn't have any schools for 2200 approvals this month, and we're not meeting in August. Schools will be back in session in September. I assume we will have some schools available, and that's always a chunk of the agenda. It's more than a 10-minute item. I'm also remembering a rulemaking. The public comment part of that, and just the ones that I've been involved in, has been extensive. And I don't know what that looks like in a full board meeting, and whether there would be a public comment meeting with a portion of the board to receive that public comment on the rulemaking part outside of the full board meeting. I don't know if that makes sense, but we're going to go to 2 o'clock today, and I think that these meetings could go much longer than that with the size of the agenda and the amount of work that these committees have to do in a short amount of time.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think there will be public comment for each of the committees, and I would encourage the committees to have public comment hearings on the issue for which they've been charged to oversee. But then it might be, and I see that Sarah has her hand raised, so maybe you've thought about this. It might be too that we have a specific public comment hearing apart from or after, in the afternoon of a State Board of Ed meeting, just to allow those to continue, but not necessarily, be a hour-long chunk in the middle of a State Board of Ed meeting. Sarah?
So I think the most organized way to go about this and stay within the confines of the of rulemaking, the APA, is that when the committees have their pieces, let's just say it's the class size minimums and graduation requirements, they're both going to feed up into EQS. During their committee work, as they're sussing out the language that comes to the board, you just naturally have, as part of your meetings, an opportunity for the public to comment. When the board has decided to begin the formal rulemaking process, the rule itself, not a portion of the rule, but the rule itself goes to a public hearing. And so you'll have your statutorily required and ICAR directed public hearings on the rule in its entirety. So the board itself will hold public hearings probably in the evenings or during multiple parts of the day so that you can maximize stakeholder input and participation. And then once those meetings are held and you've got written comment and verbal comment, if there's, let's say, more than one or two comments on a certain part of the rule, like graduation requirements, there might be some small and sparse comments. And if the chair of the committee and the chair of the board maybe determine that it's appropriate for that subcommittee to reconvene to specifically dive in, not to take further comment, although in the course of having a meeting, you have a public comment period. But then you would take it and you would propose how the board would change the proposed rule or respond to the comment about about that part. That would then be fed back up to the board, and it would adopt in its responsiveness document in the next phase of rulemaking. It would adopt, maybe what the proposed response to that comment would be that would generate back from the public, from that small subcommittee. Does that make sense? So there's I just wanted to clarify for members that there's your public comment that you're receiving in the course of your regular meetings, but your public comment period is different, and it's populated by both the required public hearings specifically for comment, and then your the public comment that you receive in writing.
And the analogy I have in my mind is when we had opened up 2200 in response to Act 1, State Board of Ed had public comment hearings, but we got a lot of public comment on, and now I forget off the top of my head, there were two specific issues that went right to the heart of what the Act 1 advisory group had considered. And if you recall, we kicked those questions back to the Act 1 advisory group, because they were the ones that had sort of made the suggestion in the first instance. And so they considered that public comment in light of what they had originally proposed. And then, my recollection is that they modified the language in response to some public comment and then held firm on others. And, here was why. And then they sent that back to the full board. And then we considered that. So I'm sort of envisioning a similar process this time around. Because again, I want to make sure that we stay focused on like the whole elephant and not discrete parts of the elephant. Tom and then Tammy.
And just remind me, when we have a public hearing on rulemaking, do we need a quorum of the board to be present for that hearing?
I think we would this time, because as a board, we are opening up the rule series. So that would mean 5 members. Tammy?
Thanks. Maybe this is just something I need to say out loud to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. I think that in the past, we've had multiple points in time where the public could have input on the development of rules and then sort of the rules that sort of proposed rules, right? And so I think what I'm hearing us say is that the public will continue to have opportunities to engage with the subcommittees in terms of testimony, right? Just like we do in this meeting, time set aside to provide input, as well as potentially more structured hearings or sort of listening sessions, which we've had before that the committees have operated, right? Where they've taken input on the rules and we've gotten input that way. Most of that work is pre-filing for the rule to actually go through, start the process. And what we're talking about here is there's a formal public comment process, right? Activity as a part of rulemaking once that starts with the Secretary of State. And if I'm understanding correctly, what you're talking about here is how are we going to manage, or sort of how are we going to work through those written public comments that we have, right? Once formal rulemaking starts. And I just want to be clear that we're saying the same. Am I understanding that's what we're talking about? Because I also don't want the public to walk away thinking that there's no opportunity for input or engagement in the process prior to us initiating the rulemaking. Because once we get into rulemaking, public comment takes on a very sort of a pre-specified structure, right? And a pre-specified way of communicating between the public and the board.
So like, for instance, right now, Tammy, the Student Performance Standards Committee, you're taking testimony from
That's
people
right.
or trying. And so this is part of the pre-work.
That's
So,
right.
and I would encourage all committees to do
That's
this
right.
pre-work and, you
That's
know,
right.
solicit from various stakeholders so that
That's right.
the rules are in as good a shape as they can be before we
That's right.
officially open them up.
That's right.
And then at that point, we'll have the public comment
That's right.
hearings as we have in the past
That's
in
right.
the context of rulemaking. And then any comment received will get farmed back out to those committees and then come back before the full board.
That's right. I just want to make sure that people listening at home understand that that we talk about public comment a lot. Like, there's the formal sense of public comment in the rulemaking. Once we initiate the formal rulemaking process, there's also a public comment or comment in quotes, right, or input and listening and fact finding and things like that that occurs pre-rulemaking. But once rulemaking starts, how we engage with the public becomes much more formalized, because that's how sort of that's the stipulated process.
Yeah. And to Katie Ballard's point earlier, you know, now during our pre-work phase is the time to be engaging with the SEEP and other members who will be affected by
Exactly.
these changes before we officially open up the rules.
Exactly. So I'm maybe we reserve the term public comment for the formal, right? Stuff that goes on during rulemaking, and we're getting input and hearing and listening and a public engagement in the pre-work, just because I worry that people, when we talk about public comment, it means something very specific in the rulemaking process. And there's a lot of other public engagement and input and hearing and listening that goes on pre-work. So, Sarah, I see you nodding. You understand? I'm not trying to split hairs, but I also want the public to understand that there are the two different things going on, and they serve different purposes, and there will be and one of those processes, the public comment process, there's a very formal way that we have to manage that. There's a structure and a protocol.
Sarah, did you want to add anything?
I'm glad you just made that distinction, Tammy, because I think for board members who've been on for a while and have gone through this several times, and then also for the benefit of new members, the state board has a history of kind of front loading the stakeholder engagement piece, which is not typical for agency rulemaking, where they are with, let's just say, 181, Act 181 being an exception, where there was a lot of lead up, where that board was releasing drafts of rules before they'd actually formally started the rulemaking process, and people were responding to that. That's very similar to what this board has done with its subcommittees and others in the past. And so that's called, that stakeholder engagement to inform what the first draft of the rules will look like. When you file your rules in the second, it's actually technically the second instance, you're going before ICAR, the Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules, and they look at what you've done before with stakeholder engagement, and then basically require you to add additional, they would require agencies to add additional opportunities for public hearings or stakeholder engagement based on what they view as sufficient outreach, or the lack of, or the need to do more outreach to specific people to get input on rules. And so this board has historically been, and I envision it will be well positioned, to not have additional layers of stakeholder engagement maybe added on in ICAR, because you do so much on the back end. I also just want to make sure all the committees are aware that before, you have done a lot of work before you go to ICAR. if you come to a point in December where you are adopting your draft of 2000 and 2200 to then start the formal rulemaking process, and you maybe aren't sure that you have it quite right, remember, you've got a lot of opportunity to go back and redraft that during the formal rulemaking process. So I would also just urge you to do as much as you can to get it, feel like you've got it right so that the public can authentically engage. But remember that in order to keep your deadlines and meet all of your deadlines, if you don't have it quite right by the time you sort of introduce and file your first version of the rule, the process is designed to take 8 months and to allow you opportunities to go back and respond to public comment formally.
Thanks, Sarah. Any other questions on that point?
And to your point, Sarah, I think it is a good opportunity to remind the public and others that the state board is providing many more opportunities for public input and public engagement in these rules, right? We are the public and public education.
Yep.
And so, this is a good opportunity to sort of highlight the board's commitment to public engagement around rulemaking, and that we go way beyond what is required and what most agencies and boards do.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other additions to the agenda that anyone can think of for now? Obviously, many things can happen between now and then. Okay. Also, I do see that there was a comment from Toren Ballard from the agency with regard to board member appointments. And he said, to clarify the question about state board appointments under Act 73, once the House and Senate make their initial appointments to the state board, the House and Senate will make any subsequent appointments to fill those seats once they are vacated. So the thing that's not clear to me, just to be completely clear, is I don't know when the House appointed Kate to the board, was that its one shot? And does it have to wait, until, everyone else cycles through? Or was this a temporary? Because I mean, I will say, and I've looked at Act 73 from a couple of different, lenses. I can see the argument that Kate was the next appointment, but I can also see the argument that Lyle created a vacancy. So I'm just happy it's not my decision to make. But anyway, we'll figure that out, as we get closer to February and March. Okay, so future meeting planning, we've covered that off. I think at this point we are back at our 9:50 a.m. start time for the Up for Learning presentation. If we are ready for that, is Pat with us?
Hi, good morning, Jennifer. If I could provide a little bit of context on the next 3 presentations, as they're
Sure.
all strongly connected, and then I will with delight turn it over to Up for Learning and our students. I just wanted to provide a little bit of grounding in the next 3 presentations. It will start with the students. So today's presentations are all connected by one single purpose, which is strengthening educational quality for every student in Vermont. We'll begin by hearing directly from students about the proposed statewide graduation requirements. Their feedback reminds us that raising expectations must be informed by the voices and experiences of the students we serve. From there, we'll discuss the redesign of Vermont's accountability system. Accountability is how we measure progress, provide transparency, identify where additional support is needed, and ensure our expectations are being realized consistently across the state. Finally, we'll outline the next steps in Vermont's broader education transformation. This work brings together graduation requirements, accountability, governance, funding, instructional improvement, and district supports into one coherent statewide strategy focused on educational quality. Taken together, these presentations reflect a shared theory of action: clear academic expectations, meaningful accountability, and differentiated support work together to improve outcomes for students. Throughout this process, we've intentionally engaged students, educators, families, school leaders, and other partners because Vermont's education transformation is a collective effort. By working together, we can raise expectations while providing the supports necessary for every student and every school to succeed. And with that, it is my distinct pleasure to turn the floor over to Up for Learning and our students who have provided really important feedback on our proposed statewide graduation requirements. After their presentation, we will share our reflection on the feedback that they've provided and how their input has helped to sharpen our focus on implementation planning. So with that, I will turn it over to Up for Learning.
Thanks, Zoe, and welcome, Pat.
Good morning. I'm going to start sharing our presentation here. If I can get this all set. Did I just get a thumbs up if you can see my slides? Great, thank you. And Jacoby, if you're around, you can kick us off.
Awesome. Thanks for that tee up, Zoe. So I'm Jacoby Soder. I use him pronouns. I'm a special projects coordinator with Up for Learning, and I just graduated high school from V.S.A. St. Albans. So we are going to be sharing with you our youth engagement and feedback on the proposed statewide graduation requirements. All the presenters here, especially the young people, help to design the survey, facilitate the focus groups, organize the data that you're going to see, and write the report. We've also helped create the presentation. If you have any questions, please place them in the chat. And now we're going to move on to introductions.
Hi, I'm Drew Thoney. I am going into my senior year at the Moyle Union High School, and I work as a youth intern for Up for Learning.
And I'm Pat LaClair. I am a program director with Up for Learning.
My name is Liberty Belote. I am a program coordinator with Up for Learning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindsay Hallman. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the executive director at Up for Learning. And I just want to also note that there are a number of team members that could not be here today because of summer work schedules or programming or vacations. So I just wanted to make sure that their names were lifted up on this slide, along with young people who supported different aspects of this project throughout our time working with the Agency of Education. So we had interns from the Stafford Technical Center facilitating dialogues as well as other youth throughout the state. And if I can share just a little bit about Up and our role in this project, that'd be great. So Up for Learning has partnered with the Agency of Education for nearly 2 decades. That's really where we got our roots and our start. And our focus is to ensure that youth voice is meaningfully integrated into educational policy and practice. Our work is grounded in youth-adult partnership and youth participatory action research. And through that work, we engage young people as co-designers, researchers, facilitators, and leaders throughout every stage of a project. So rather than simply gathering student feedback or input or consultation, we partner fully with youth to shape the process, analyze the findings, and develop recommendations together with adults in order to create systemic change. We shared the report with you all prior to this meeting, and just like ways in which to go about reading the report. We're going to go through the report today and the recommendations, but I just wanted to highlight a few really important key elements. The project and the report is grounded in the belief that young people are not merely recipients of educational policy, but essential partners in shaping it. They are not policymakers, educators, educated administrators, but they are experts in something equally important, their own experience. They know what it feels like to navigate graduation requirements, pursue their future goals, encounter the barriers, and engage or disengage in their learning. And so we're going to share our process, our methodology, the recommendations, but one thing that is really, really important to highlight is Beneath the diverse perspectives of all the youth that engage in this project, there's a strong consensus about the values that they want reflected in the future of Vermont's education system, and those will be highlighted throughout this presentation.
So the way that we collected data for this project was we sent out a survey to 25 schools and CTE centers, and 14 of those schools had high participation, which means that over 30 students from a specific school replied to it. And then we also had student focus groups, 5 of which were high school specific, 4 were CTE specific sessions, and then we had 1 virtual session that any student in Vermont was invited to. And then in those focus groups, we had open discussions with questions that we asked and also chalk talks. And we're going to go more in depth about each of these elements later.
Yeah, and I'll just share the survey was shared with all schools throughout Vermont, and it was 25 that had responses, and then, as Drew said, 14 that had particularly high responses. Those are on this map. A couple things that I'll note about this map, which shows kind of the geographic distribution of this data collection. We really wanted to collect like a broad group of a broad set of data from students in different schools and tech centers in both the focus groups and the surveys. And we think this map shows that we did that. We got some higher density population areas like Essex and Brattleboro, as well as some more rural areas like up at North Country. Some were large schools, some were smaller schools. And in connecting with the dialogue participants, we really worked to bring together diverse groups of students in those different schools with the support of school administrators and teachers and staff at those schools, so that we were hearing from students who had all sorts of experiences and identities. I'll also note that one challenge in scheduling the focus groups in particular, which we held 10 of, there was a lot of interest from superintendents and principals and directors in having us support focus groups at their schools. So we tried to make them as kind of well distributed as possible.
Our project really kicked off in February and March when we developed questions and shared communications to school and district leaders about what we were trying to do. We developed those questions in partnership with the AOE, our youth partners. And then it was in April when we started to conduct these dialogues, these focus groups in all those different locations. During April is also when we opened up our survey window and passed that out. We were able to give that link out at places like the statewide youth gathering with our youth on the ground at U32. We had youth in her history events plugging the survey so that we could really get a lot of responses. And we also spent time developing our own analysis approach, coding data, and going through the responses we got on this. In May and June is when we've started to complete the data analysis and drafted the report on our findings, which you now have in your hands today. And this team refined this report and those recommendations in partnership with the Agency of Education. And now we're sharing those findings with you.
So these were the questions that we asked our in-person focus groups during the open discussion. And one that I thought was the most compelling, or got the most compelling responses, was number 5, the question that was specific to the CTE centers, which is, have there been challenges in meeting graduation requirements when attending CTE? And what has the process been like for you to get CTE program coursework recognized on your transcript? And many said that there were challenges to meet the requirements when they weren't receiving credits that aren't integrated into their programs, which led to many important insights from students and made it a compelling question to hear responses from.
Yeah, so the focus groups themselves were all structured in the same way. They lasted about 90 minutes. And we made sure to start off the day with welcome, introductions, and group norm settings so that we could have a good conversation and a productive one. And we had an AOE partner at each event come to give context to the project, share, and answer any clarifying questions about the proposal, such as what is a credit. After that, we gathered data in 2 different ways. The first one is called a chalk talk, and is an activity that Up for Learning uses regularly, where we set out questions about specific elements of the proposal, such as like the 4 credit requirements, benefits, and challenges for each of them, and maybe like a free space to give some thoughts about it. And we put those on paper around the room and asked people to rotate through and write down their thoughts instead of speaking them out loud or having to be in a conversation about it. This is a really important piece of data collection from an equitable lens, so that people who don't usually get their voices out loud can get them at least on paper, as well as provides a way for people to think deeply about the responses and respond to each other more slowly when writing them out rather than the other form of data collection we employed afterwards, which was those circle conversations we've been talking about. Those lists of questions were asked by youth facilitators who went around in a circle with the people there. Sometimes we did 1 circle, sometimes we did 2, depending on the number of people who attended, while an adult was present to take notes of what everyone was saying. We went about it this way to allow people to go in depth on things that they may want to go in depth about. They have the floor when they're speaking. Before they pass it on to the next person, they can really go into about why they think a certain way about each question. And it allows them to clarify and elaborate on things that maybe they didn't get to write down on the paper, or they didn't have time to.
And I'll share just a little bit more about the survey component of the data collection as well. The questions were developed in collaboration between our AOE partners, including Erin and Zoe, our youth team, and the adults who were working with them. And we focused on perceptions and experiences that youth had with their current graduation requirements, also things like transferable skills, flexible pathways, and personalized learning plans. This survey was sent out to through the superintendents and principals listserv by the AOE, and we did have really strong participation with almost 1,500 student respondents. And I'll just say that those responses in general, when we looked at demographics, were representative of Vermont's student population as a whole in, identity characteristics like age, grade, gender identity, race, and ethnicity, as well as high school versus CTE enrollment. So now I'll pass it off to to Drew and Jacoby, who both facilitated some of the focus groups, to share some of their kind of takeaways.
Yeah, I helped facilitate the North Country High School and Career Center focus group, and something that I observed specifically with the Career Center was concerns about how proposed credits will be achieved when many of their programs don't have integrated credits already. So they have to add online courses or summer school to their already heavy course load, which affects their schedules and their free time.
Thanks, Drew. So I just wanted to share like a broader reflection. So over 1,500 students participated in sharing feedback. These are students who will not experience the graduation requirements, but they still share their perspectives and thoughts throughout this process. Their nuanced ideas and reflections show that when we give students a space, they will show up with thoughtful, impactful ideas that are essential to decision making at the highest level. So I hope you hold these findings and with high regard.
As I shared in the introduction, there was a wide range of opinions regarding the proposed graduation requirements. But what really emerged remarkably was a consistent set of values, and that's what emerged from the data. Across, no matter where people are geographically, and the size of their school or their identity factors, there was this consistent set of values that really was grounding the findings. And so students care about what the requirements are, but more than that, they really care about the conditions that make school meaningful, manageable, and enjoyable. And when we looked at those values that were consistent across all of the findings, we just wanted to highlight what those were and relevance to their future lives, no matter what pathway they were engaged in their high school journey. They want to have a relevant, engaging educational experience that connects to life after graduation, regardless of whether that means college, career, etc. They want their education to be flexible with choice and voice. They understand the need for graduation requirements and the idea of having statewide graduation requirements where no matter where you go to school, you're held to that same high standard around a high quality education. They just don't want the requirements to maybe hinder their opportunities to explore their personal interests, electives, flexible pathways, and their CTE programming. They want their education to be inclusive and accessible. These graduation requirements should work for all learners and not create any additional barriers for students. They want their education to be supported by clear guidance and caring adults. So they want to understand how to navigate these graduation requirements and have adults that can help them navigate their journey through high school and beyond. And so that requires clear communication and school counselors and systems for helping them understand how to meet their graduation requirements and track their progress. And ultimately, students want their education to be reflective of what makes their school special. Like I said, they recognize the value of statewide consistency, but we also wanted to highlight that they feel a great sense of pride in their programs and the opportunities and experiences that make their schools unique.
Awesome. Thanks, Lindsay. So while the support was not universal, a lot of students noted the value of statewide consistency, including minimizing achievement gaps and improving educational equity, providing support to students in schools, addressing differences in embedded credits, like for example, in CTE programs, and employers and colleges knowing what students have learned. So we selected these 4 elements because they represent areas in which the proposed requirements would create change for the most school districts according to the AOE report. There are common concerns that students had about specific aspects of the graduation requirements that we explored. So we're reviewing them here so that we don't need to reiterate them in the next 4 slides. So we asked students about the 4-credit specific element of the proposed requirements. So those are the 4-credit math, 1 credit health, half credit financial literacy, and 1 credit of world language. So students had concerns about staff capacity and school resources, about flexibility and choice, about meaningful, rigorous learning, and then questions about perceived relevance. And a lot of students mentioned that these concerns were well connected to the values that we've shared, that flexible pathways could help mitigate some of these concerns. So making sure flexible pathways are more advertised. And yeah,
Jacoby, I'll just kind of add to put a finer point on it that we're going to go deeper into each of these 4 elements of the proposed requirements. And these were ones that we specifically looked at with the focus groups and in the survey because they were noted in the report that the AOE put together as places where they would mark significant changes for for kind of the majority of districts or SUs if the proposals were implemented as written.
Yeah, so looking specifically at the proposed 1 credit of health, we have a quote from a student saying, "Having a full year of health could be so good. It would be a good change in our school climate if everyone was a little more educated about those things." We also received a lot of positive input on the potential of having a full credit of health. but there's concerns about specific content. Specifically, students were wary that it would be more of the same rather than going deeper into more challenging or difficult topics. And then a lot supported the expanded content related to mental health, relationships, disability, neurodiversity, gender identity, and sexual orientation. And then with the world languages, this was the most divisive element of all the proposed requirements. The world language saw the largest gap in perceived relevance and interest between the students who plan to go to college and those who did not plan to go to college. So 72% of students who planned to go to college said it was relevant, compared to the 49% of students who did not plan to go to college. And then there's also interest in broadening these classes to include cultural learning instead of just specifically the language itself. And there's also, we found a lot of excitement from students about the potential for ASL being offered as a class that would meet this requirement.
In regards to the financial literacy recommendation, there is overall very strong support, regardless of whether students are at a CTE program or ascending high school. And so this one had the highest indication in both areas that this felt like there was very much supported by students, and they viewed this as broadly relevant for the future, no matter what their future pathway is. Similarly to the health recommendation, students noted that it was important that the content be relevant and educators be supported to make it meaningful through the curriculum and the learning opportunities. And many noted that this one has the potential to be integrated with other content. So not as a standalone, but integrated into other content area.
And then moving on to look at the data science and statistics component of the proposed requirements, which included the increase to 4 credits of math. With this one, here are 2 quotes on the slide that kind of offer divergent perspectives that we heard from students during the focus group. One, that it includes relevant skills that you need throughout life. And another from a student saying, I struggled so much with math. The higher the level, the less uses there are in the real world. So really this divergent perspective around students seeing the relevance and the applicability of a data science and statistics requirement. So to us, as we're analyzing the data, that really highlights that how the credit shows up as a course or a flexible option could make the difference between it being a relevant requirement or and an accessible requirement, or one that's not. And now for some kind of broader findings beyond the specific proposed requirements that we looked at. This one is fairly intuitive, but it came through really clearly in the data, is that different students have different perspectives on the requirements in general. They have different experiences with graduation requirements as they move through schools. The survey results really show variability of perceived relevance and interest based on student post-secondary plans. So that may be related to student perceptions of how things like world languages and statistics are relevant to them personally. And then there was certainly, as I think Drew had mentioned earlier, just facilitating the focus groups, this very clear distinction between and kind of unique set of concerns that CTE students were bringing to the conversation. These concerns reflected their current experiences earning credit through their programs, which is a process that varies between program to program. It varies between their sending schools, as well as their ability and the accessibility of courses at their sending schools. And that access can be impacted by things like the hours of their program, the commute time and their distance from their sending school, when required courses are offered throughout the year or throughout the school day. So those kind of distinct aspects of a CTE student's experience really impacted their perspectives of the proposed requirements as well.
A theme that definitely came out of our findings is that students were very aware of what the barriers to implementations of the graduate requirements would be. And a lot of the front of these concerns echo what Jacoby was talking about earlier with like the specific credit requirements. There is concern about like budgeting and staffing and the ability of school schedules to accommodate requirements that mean they need to fit more classes in a 7-class schedule, or that means that they need more teachers to teach 4 different credits of math or a whole year of health education. And so we went into a lot of schools where students were bringing up those things specific to their own environment that they recognize the challenges already that would be exacerbated by the graduation requirements. You see in these quotes that they talk about how it impacts their teachers, how they don't have a lot of them, a fear that they're going to lose more of their arts and extracurriculars in favor of classes that only satisfy the graduation requirements. And then there is an extra level of worries about implementation for students in different aspects of life, like how are the requirements going to fit people with IEPs and the like. They also talked about the different services that they have access to right now and that would need to be lifted up or invested in after the graduation requirements in order to make this a process that students can engage with fully, such as having student support services, access to school counselors, and some kind of software that they can log into themselves and track their own progress to the graduation requirements, because some of the schools we went into said that they don't have that, while other schools said that they do, and there's just some inconsistency across the board of what students are able to see about how they're making progress towards their graduation. Yeah, that's about it for that.
Awesome. So now we're going to look at the importance of flexibility and choice to meet the requirements. So as I mentioned earlier, there was strong support for flexible pathways. And throughout the slideshow, there's an importance of choice and flexibility, which emerge as 2 of the strongest values expressed by students in both the tech centers and high school groups. Students have identified a number of existing structures and approaches that promote choice, such as clearly defined and accessible flexible pathways, personalized learning opportunities, and innovative ways and approaches to meeting credit requirements. We believe that by supporting these systems will be the key to implementing statewide requirements in an equitable way. So students have described
Did I jump too soon, Jacoby?
No, you're good. I can jump in here. So a few of the recommendations for school and district leaders that I wanted to pull out was, it was really surprising that not all students had access to their grade book, to their grades, to what classes they were taking. So I think student-friendly grade practices in the grade book is really important. And then I also thought that ensuring all students have multiple opportunities to visit CTE centers and learn about the opportunities that they have was really important as well.
Thanks, Jacoby. And I just wanted to provide more context to the next slides, that there's going to be obviously different layers of implementation, and we're going to be sharing 3 different slides. These are recommendations for school and district leaders, and then for the Agency of Education, and then for you all, the State Board of Education, based on your roles and responsibilities in our educational system. So I also want to highlight a couple of these, just like Jacoby, for school and district leaders. I think, one thing that really stood out, as we've shared already, is this opportunity to really make clear what flexible pathways opportunities exist for young people. That's also part of our Act 77 is, in its 13th year, and we want to ensure that young people have flexible pathways to graduation. And I think that was illuminated for me when I attended the Essex dialogues, both Essex High School and Essex CTE, I was really just felt like it was really promising to hear about both the Essex high school students who have an academy model where they can pursue flexible pathways within their high school, and the CTE youth who shared about their own experiences engaging in flexible pathways. And so providing different opportunities both within our high schools and in CTEs for the flexible pathways is very, very important to all young people. And then finally, I think this one is going to be kind of woven throughout all three different recommendation slides, is that the communication strategies around how we ensure that, of course, students, staff, and families in the community understand the new graduation requirements, or what might be changing in their graduation and requirements, and the why behind it, the what, and then how it's going to be implemented. The communication strategies are essential, and came up a number of times, and you'll see them in our recommendations across the board.
So next up, these are the recommendations that we shared with the agency. One thing that I'll highlight from these is we recommended the creation or co-development of supporting materials that guide districts and SUs, administrators and counselors in this implementation, and in creating consistency and clarity that will leave adults and students feeling supported. I think that this ties into what Lindsay was mentioning around the communication, but just thinking that students were like they feel kind of the stress that their school counselors are experiencing. They recognize that that is a position that is like really integral to them successfully navigating their graduation requirements. So making sure that those people are equipped with strong supports for this shift feels like an important need to attend to. Drew?
Yeah, and then I'll just highlight, we've already talked about this a lot, but creating consistency in CTE programs by supporting the implementation of more credits into the programs, so students don't have to feel like they're doing extra work.
So now it's on to recommendations for you all as the state board. So one thing that really came up was reconsidering requiring 4 credits in any subject area, as this limits opportunities for elective and strains school resources. An example was about the 4 math requirements, as it may take away and limit choice and flexibility in math credits that students can take if they're wanting to expand their math level to do like an AP Calculus or AP Stats class.
The second recommendation was to broaden the world language requirement. It was fairly divisive that even though the point of it seemed to be a cultural learning component and learning about other cultures, that it was only through language, and students want the ability to have different options for cultural learning to accommodate their interests and their abilities.
And then to explore integrating requirements as a way to increase relevance and create flexibility. So students are generally supportive of finding ways to creatively combine credits as needed, such as incorporating financial literacy into math requirements. So thank you all for joining us for our presentation, and we're now going to open it up to the AOE team to provide their feedback, and then we'll open it up to everybody for some questions.
Jennifer, just want to check in with you that you'd like us to move straight into our reflection, or do you want to pause for a moment of questions from the board?
Well, I'm wondering if maybe we can take in like more data points, and I hope board members are like noting questions that they have. And I'm assuming Up for Learning is staying for the whole time. So maybe why don't we have the agency's reflections, and then we can have a full conversation about everything the board members have heard.
Like, great. Well, we'd love to do that. And we've shared our reflections with Up for Learning and the students throughout the process, and also in advance provided the presentation and had an opportunity to have further dialogue. So we look forward to this chance to share what we've heard and also to come back to the board with our recommendations as you make your decision. So if you give me a moment, I will share my screen. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer, for that confirmation. So I'd like to, our reflection is organized around first giving an appreciation for the students. It really is so important that we involve youth voice in this decision making. We will also share background and context just as a reminder of how we got to this point of recommending statewide graduation requirements, really emphasizing the opportunity before us. When we look at our reflections, we'll organize it around the cross-cutting themes and the values that came through in the students' report, and then get into the specific recommendations that the youth had for changes to those requirements. So I think you all join me in thanking the students, and we truly appreciate the work that that they have done with Up for Learning and students. They were able to engage over 1,500 Vermont students, which is really impressive. And you can hear in their presentation that they had great intentionality of ensuring that that voice was reflective and representative of the student body in Vermont, both geographically and also based on students' interest and demographics. So we thank them for sharing their perspectives and just want to reinforce how important it is to us to get this input. It is absolutely informing our next steps as an agency. The key takeaways we had from working with the students is that it did affirm the overall direction of moving to statewide graduation requirements and surfaced important considerations that will ultimately strengthen implementation of this implementation of statewide graduation requirements. It also really pushed us to reflect on the rationale for the final set of recommendations that we're bringing forward to this state board. It helped to refine certainly our implementation strategy. We'd love to bring back to the state board in the fall a full change management approach. And today we'll really signal some of the key aspects of that work ahead of us. In terms of background and context, just really want to ground this conversation in an understanding of the current state. We have heard from students, we've heard from educators, we see it in our data, and we've also received a finding from the U.S. Department of Education that points to a really important finding that Vermont needs a coherent statewide framework that ensures every diploma represents a common standard of excellence. Much of what we heard today for the students in terms of the values of rigorous and engaging learning, ensuring that there's choice and flexibility, we heard many of those same themes in the 2024 Listen and Learn tour. We also saw in our data that there is significant variation in graduation expectations and access to different courses. You heard that through the students' report as well. And the U.S. Department of Education identified a significant finding for Vermont that we have uneven rigor, and that's largely resulting from the locally determined graduation requirements. That has led into the current state policy context where we have identified the need to move towards one statewide graduation requirement. Act 73 established the direction to move towards statewide graduation requirements from our current locally derived context, and recognize that there needs to be broader changes to governance, funding, and overall education quality and delivery. Act 170 maintained the statewide graduation requirements and the foundation formula and focuses on helping communities design systems that are capable of delivering those statewide expectations. Later today, we'll talk about our next steps with the education transformation, but really wanted to put the graduation requirements in that context because it is the definitive tool by which we will address the significant disparities in terms of educational quality and access for students. Graduation requirements are also an important element of our accountability system. Under federal law, we will continue to report graduation rates, but it's important to note that currently our graduation rates district by district represent very different things. And so moving to a statewide graduation definition is important because it really enables us to have a comparison as we are looking at graduation rates across schools so that we can ensure they're reflecting a common statewide standard. Moving to statewide graduation requirements will allow us to be really more, have more valid comparisons and an overall stronger accountability system. So later today, we'll talk about the redesign of Vermont's accountability system and know that graduation requirements will be part of that. The work here is to make sure that we have a consistent standard for how we are measuring a graduation requirement and what that Vermont diploma represents. The students identified many cross-cutting themes that I think are important for us to really pause and reflect on. The first is grounding this work around alignment of values. The students named really important values that came up through their conversations and the survey, and the Agency of Education shares those values. We want to reflect how we're incorporating those values within the proposal for statewide graduation requirements. First, students noted the importance of these requirements to be relevant to their learning. And we were very intentional in constructing the graduation requirements to ensure that they aligned with State Board of Education adopted content standards. Additionally, students reinforced the importance of choice. Early on in this process, we made a very important and strategic decision to strengthen the implementation of Act 77 as we move towards statewide graduation requirements. We want this opportunity to strengthen and deepen learning. There's ways in which we can do that by students graduating with a seal or a specialization in an area of focus. And also, we want to ensure that those flexible pathways are widely understood and that they represent consistent rigor. Inclusivity was a value that the students continue to reinforce in their presentation and one that we share. It's part of the reason that we've recommended one diploma for all students, and we've established an accessibility working group to make sure that students can take advantage of the courses that they're going to need to require to complete and earning those credits to achieve a Vermont diploma. And we'll have an opportunity today to talk more about the accessibility working group as they just met yesterday, and there's a lot of momentum underway with that group. Support is really critical. The students have named that moving to statewide graduation requirements represents a very significant shift and that there needs to be a clear change management strategy to support that transition, including tools that can be developed so students understand if they are on track to meeting those requirements, and training for career counselors and support staff at the school. Uniqueness came through as a really important value, and this is where we want to reinforce the opportunity for multiple pathways to meet graduation requirements. The cross-cutting themes we've organized in largely three main areas that we are focusing on as an agency. We heard from the students that there is importance in having the same standard of excellence, and with that, we're building a coherent statewide quality system. We also heard from students that while they appreciate having a standard, they want to ensure that there's flexibility and opportunities for choice for students to pursue their interests, which is why through this framework, we're preserving that flexibility. And then there was a real clear description, the importance of students knowing where they need to end up, right? Being able to do some backwards planning. And so that students know what they need to be able to master in terms of the content standards to gain the credit and to earn a Vermont diploma, which is why the successful implementation is critical to everything that we do. So I'm going to unpack those three main themes in our focus area as how we're responding to the students' feedback. So what we heard from the students is it's important that everyone's held to the same standard. And our response to that is to build one coherent statewide quality system so that we can align curriculum, instruction, assessment, and graduation expectations, and strengthen accountability and comparable measures of student readiness. Looking ahead, what we're going to talk about on the next two slides is the foundation by which we will establish that flexibility and ensure that there is the appropriate level of support in place. So in terms of preserving flexibility, this is what you heard really consistently in the students. They want to make sure that they have opportunities to deepen their learning. As we create more requirements, there could be, a reduction in choice. And so we're really looking to achieve a very clear balance with this approach. So within this, we have been intentional about selecting a certain number of credits that does allow students to take additional time to explore their interest. We also were looking at expanding career-connected learning, not just for those students that enroll in a CTE cohort, but thinking about that from the entire K-12 system and connecting career competencies into those learning expectations throughout the continuum of a student's journey in Vermont. We want to make sure that the CTE credits appropriately count towards the content standards. We have had many conversations with the state board around this issue, and we know right now there's a lot of variability within our current state for how those credits are accepted by the sending school. In some instances, the credits at a CTE center may only count as an elective, whereas others, they count towards their core requirements. And as we move forward, it'll be important to work with the state board to ensure that this is addressed and that there's clarity and consistency with how those CTE credits count towards graduation. We also see a really important opportunity here to deepen learning through students earning a seal or endorsement. So the statewide graduation requirements establish a common standard, but they also allow for students to deepen their learning through flexible pathways and through exploring an area that's really of interest to them, so that in the future state, a student can graduate from with a Vermont diploma and a specialization in an area that they've been able to deepen their learning. We've already seen this taking root in Vermont through the expansion of the seal of biliteracy, and we are really pleased to develop a new seal with support from an earmark from Senator Saunders to develop a seal of global leadership. So we see this as an important opportunity to both elevate the expectations and rigor for consistency of what that Vermont diploma means, and allow for a deepening of learning for students to graduate with a Vermont diploma and a specialization in their area of interest. We recognize that implementation planning is really a significant consideration as we move forward, and we are developing a change management strategy. We'll be able to identify some of those key milestones in today's presentation, both as we look forward to the accountability of redesign and education transformation, and welcome the opportunity to come back to the board with a detailed project plan, including critical milestones that we must achieve in order to make this transition successful. But one thing that's really important is to show this different student pathway models. We have heard concern about students being able to take electives, or students being able to pursue a CTE program or a flexible pathway. And so we have done our modeling, and certainly our first iteration of the requirements, and we'll deepen that work by actually showing different pathway models. So what are the different progressions that students can take that will allow them the flexibility to earn the credits required for the graduation requirements, while also giving them that flexibility. And these are pathways that we can build into the different tools that can be utilized moving forward, so that students really are able to meet the expectation and pursue their interest. We also recognize the need to strengthen professional learning and communication around this. It's really critical that students and educators and caregivers understand the expectations so that there's the time to plan and be prepared for this transition. Through this work, we are also expanding and intensifying our support for college and career readiness at the Agency of Education. As part of our reorganization, we have established a new division focused on college and career readiness. And we are also getting some additional support to develop a career navigation system K-12, which is really aligning those content standards, but also looking at user requirements that would be helpful for a future easy to use tool to track graduation readiness and also connect that to personalized learning plans in a way that's really aligning students to the interests that they share. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Erin Davis to share a little bit more detail around the specific recommendations and the agency's response.
Hey everyone, good to see you today. I'm excited to dig a little deeper into the connection between credits, learning, and assessing for learning. This has been an area of interest and debate throughout this period. I know that the Student Performance Standards Committee has identified credits specifically as something for further exploration, just as we had in our recommendation back in December in our report. As a reminder, our recommendation is that credit be the term used for the unit of measurement toward what the requirements would be, but we were anchoring to what is existing in EQS, which already states that if credit is used as a unit of measurement, it shall not mean it's based on time spent in learning. Instead, we made the recommendation that credit be defined as one credit is a set of essential enduring skills and knowledge in a specific content area based on the typical coverage of standards included in a year-long course or equivalent learning experience. We continue to believe that that is going to be an effective approach to this. Our teams have done some early work in mapping the standards onto the different credit recommendations that we provided in our report. So again, the credit is meant to represent a demonstration and proficiency of the state board adopted standards, not the time spent in class. And we also acknowledge that that means that there needs to be really intentional assessment of proficiency for students so that we know if a student is progressing faster or slower through those standards and can measure that progress in order to appropriately award credit. I'm going to dig a little bit further into the specific student recommendations that were aligned to those specific areas of interest, right? We know we included in our report back in December the 4 areas that we also asked the Up for Learning partnership to go into further depth with, specifically around math, health, financial literacy, and world languages. So specifically in regards to the mathematics requirement and our recommendation that there be 4 credits of math required, we heard the student concern around that additional requirement and more broadly, the requirement of 4 credits in any one specific content area. We specifically also heard the concerns around the difficulty of math. We know that many folks have some anxiety around math and you know, that particularly as you get progressively more specialized in mathematics, it can be less clear what the real world applications of that learning are. Our recommendation is still to maintain a 4 credit of math approach, not only because that would position Vermont graduates to be competitive nationally. Increasingly across the country, states are moving toward 4 credits of math and 4 credits of ELA. Most recently, Massachusetts actually just last month announced that that was going to be their approach as well. But also because along with that shift across our nation in regards to mathematics, there's a shift away from a progression of mathematics toward calculus or pre-calculus being kind of the end road of that progression. And recognizing that not all students need to move along that progression toward calculus being the end of it if that is not something that they plan to pursue in their next steps post-graduation. So we actually, in our recommendation, had already accounted for that. We included instead the recommendation that one of the credits be focused on data science and statistics, which we feel like is really important to set all students up for post-secondary success, particularly in order to be future ready and be critical consumers of information and make meaning of the world around them as they're better able to analyze data and make informed decisions with that. We've already launched some support around preparing students to be ready for a 4-credit requirement, specifically with the launch of Count on Vermont, which is actually initially going to be supporting stronger learning in the K-8 grades to make sure that students are entering high school ready to complete the 4-credit requirement, if that's ultimately the decision that the board makes. Can we go forward just one slide? I think I've covered it with the math. And so yes, career technical education, we also identified as an area of further exploration. It's been really meaningful to get the input from this engagement directly with students in partnership with Up for Learning. We certainly heard broadly from the students support for career-connected learning and a recognition that career technical education should connect more broadly to educational goals for all students. As we had heard from the educators that we engaged with before we submitted our report, we heard similar trends directly from students participating in CTE learning in terms of the difficulties in getting their learning appropriately recognized toward graduation requirements and appropriately transcripted. This is an area that, as I mentioned, we had identified as a need for state board rule change related to CTE learning. Since our report in December, there also has been additional legislation in Act 177 in amending some of the language that is currently in state law to further clarify that the CTE learning needs to be recognized appropriately and consistently by the sending schools in accordance with the state board rules. We also want to make sure that we're coupling that credit recognition with standards aligned assessment. So again, like I said on that first slide where I was kind of teeing this up, it's really going to be important in a proficiency based system to make sure that we are assessing students' proficiency in the standards in order for credit to be appropriately awarded. And then yes, as Secretary Saunders already mentioned, the career connected learning is not unique to our career technical education centers, but it's something that should be universal and embedded throughout the K-12 experience in order for students to be able to maximize those flexible pathway options. Financial literacy continues to be overwhelmingly popular as something to include. The question is more so about how we implement it, how we recognize it. We're really pleased to hear from the students that this felt like an area where the real world application was quite clear to them across a variety of students. I believe this was the most popular of the recommendations that we asked the Up for Learning partnership to look further into. There were concerns or questions around implementation that we've heard now, not only from the students, but from other stakeholders as well, about whether or not this was something that could count toward the math requirements. We've done a pretty thorough crosswalking at this point of the Jumpstart standards, which are the standards that are specific to financial literacy, with the Common Core mathematical standards that the state board has approved for mathematics. And there are areas that are quite significant gaps and differences in them. And we believe that in order for the financial literacy credit to have the impact that we would hope for it to have in terms of real world application, that it is necessary to anchor to the financial literacy standards themselves. And because of that intended approach, it wouldn't be appropriate to have that count toward the math credits. And so we are kind of double stamping our stance that it's necessary to recognize financial literacy and have it included as a separate recommendation rather than it being part of the counting toward the mathematical requirements. Health education was another area, we were pleased to see the feedback from students again in terms of expanding the requirement in this area, that feeling relevant and meaningful to them. We absolutely hear their feedback around the need to engage in some further professional learning so that teachers are supported and set up for success in their instruction, particularly around some more sensitive topics. And so this one feels pretty straightforward in terms of the recommendation itself. We maintain that we think there should be an increase in the health education requirements, and we will be working to prepare for strong implementation around that in alignment with the state board adopted standards for health education. And finally, the world language requirement we know has really been the hottest of the topics within this hot topic of statewide graduation requirements. Heard the students' feedback around valuing global awareness and cultural competence, kind of their inference that that was the intention with this requirement. And then, of course, the questions that surfaced around, is there an intention of there being a level of proficiency in the world language that students might select in order to satisfy this requirement? And then the student suggestion around replacing the language learning with broader cultural awareness. Again, that's a question that we've gotten not just from the students, but from a variety of stakeholders throughout this process. We want to remind folks again that we're anchoring to the state board approved standards for each of these content areas. And within the state board approved standards for world language learning, there is a significant section of the domain of standards that focuses on cultural competence. So within the credit requirements for world languages is already a set of standards that allows for that learning around cultural competence and encourages it. So it's not simply about proficiency in the world language that they are engaging in, but actually it already within the standards encompasses that cultural competence element. Our recommendation in our December report was that we include 1 credit of world language in the requirements for graduation. As we've kind of progressed both internally and externally in these conversations, we actually are looking at ways that it would be beneficial for it to be increased to 2 world language credits over time. Not only does that align with college entrance requirements, both within the state of Vermont and outside of it. But if we truly are to honor the cultural competence proficiency and some early proficiency in a different world language itself, and again, we are including American Sign Language within that as a possible option, that we actually believe that 2 credits would be even more beneficial in achieving those outcomes. Do you want to stamp that really a minimum of 1 credit would be necessary in order for a student who maybe is not planning on going to a 4-year higher education institution post-graduation, but may in their senior year change their mind about their post-secondary plans? We would want to ensure that at a minimum, they had already had the opportunity to engage in 1 credit of world languages, so that they don't find themselves in a position where prior to graduation, there isn't a way for them to satisfy those entrance requirements if they do change their mind about that. So yes, for next steps then, we're going to cover a little bit more about our next steps later on in a subsequent presentation today, as we explore the ed transformation work more broadly. But we also would love the opportunity to come back to the state board in the fall with some specifics around the change management strategy that would be necessary. And just want to acknowledge that we've had some work underway internally in terms of the credit mapping to the different credit requirements, as well as the working group that we've got with both internal and external stakeholders in order to address accessibility for all to the future statewide graduation requirements. And then finally, we also have launched an internal working group that is looking at the guidance that would be necessary for our schools to be able to implement this effectively in terms of some of the infrastructure that's necessary in student information systems, within the scheduling approaches, et cetera, to make sure that we're thinking ahead and preparing to support that change management strategy.
All right. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Up for Learning. This was a lot of information. Every time I look at, the slide presentations, I realize just how much effort went into preparing any of these presentations. And you've definitely compiled a lot of information, which I think will make it, will facilitate the work of the board's Student Performance Standards Committee as it looks at the graduation requirements. So I just want to thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to acknowledge is that 1,500 student responses is incredibly impressive. I was looking, and Zoe, it was somewhere else in the agenda packet with the Listen and Learn tour, which was also, if there was a good response there, I think there were 1,100 participant responses. This is 1,500. So like, I just, in such a short period of time, really want to thank Up for Learning for really getting out there and meeting with students and getting this feedback. Really important. Before I open this up for questions, board members, of course, we were ahead of schedule. If we stay on the schedule for this agenda item, we have 5 minutes. I think we would like more than 5 minutes. I would propose, why don't we try to do 20 minutes and look at an 11:15 endpoint. If we need more time, we can have that discussion at that point, but let's try for 20 minutes. And I'm sure there are many questions. I have some, but I will open up the floor. Thank you. Tammy.
Thanks. I just want to echo Jennifer's comments and appreciation to Up for Learning. It was a great presentation and it's terrific research. Nice job and getting engagement in that. I think that this kind of action-oriented research is really important in the field, and you've done a really nice job with that. So thank you. I also just want to acknowledge that we're going to probably invite you back to be part of the to talk to our standards committee about your things. Like there's a lot here. And we're going to be wrestling with a lot of the things that you are talking about. And I just want to sort of put a placeholder out there that we are going to be inviting you to come talk to the committee, where we will probably have far more specific questions as that we're wrestling with around things around credits and things along those lines. So I think my hope is today in that the broader discussion by the board, we can talk about some of the high level stuff, but I also just want to signal also to the board is that the standards committee will be having this group back in to engage in a more specific way around questions and considerations that we're taking up as a part of our review of the graduation standards. So just a couple big picture items, but I have lots of questions, but I also can ask those in the standards committee. So I want the full board to have a chance to engage first, and then I can check back in.
Thanks, Tammy. Brian?
Thank you. And thanks everybody for all of this incredible work. Just a few questions. First of all, I have to say, I really appreciate, let me back up. For years, everyone has always said, has sort of celebrated, which is something to celebrate, our high graduation rate. But we always pushed back, I remember in committee, and asked the question, graduating with what? Like what is it that people are actually graduating with? And it sounds to me as though we're going to understand that better, and we're going to have, we're going to understand it better statewide. So it's not, this is what this town is graduating with, this town, students are graduating with. So I just want to say how much I really appreciate that, because it's something many of us have talked about for a long time. As it relates to some of the flexibility that folks talked about, I just kind of I love that, we give so much flexibility around personalized learning plans, our work with CCV and other colleges. Just wondering, is there an opportunity out there, and I'm thinking about the language opportunity, for a student to come to a faculty member or a principal or superintendent and say, listen, for this, I live on the Quebec border. I don't know, I want to put together my own program where I don't know, listen to the radio, reflect, just some kind of their own core. And that's just some random example. I mean, there could be all sorts of examples where students in a particular course can kind of create and work with faculty members on their own and get credit. And I'm just wondering if that happens, and can it happen?
I was
Thanks,
wondering
Brian.
if I could respond, but also put Jacoby on the spot to respond. Is that okay? I'm thinking, Jacoby, about the work that you've done to ensure that you can work with Up for Learning and fulfill your requirements and the conversations that you had at your school. That might be a good example.
Yeah, with flexible path, I mean, similarly to the current graduation requirements, is there's a lot of ambiguity throughout schools and how they're rolling out flexible pathways. So at some schools, flexible pathways are for students on a disciplinary track or for students who are not likely to graduate under a traditional system. At my school, I was able to do flexible pathways, and we have flexible pathways for elective credit, and then in the same way, you can double dip and get elective credit and a core content area credit like math, English, social studies, or science. And so with my work with Up for Learning, I had a period in my day dedicated to doing work with Up for Learning. And I was able to get English credit and an elective credit by submitting work that I do with Up for Learning. So a lot of it was English based.
Right.
And I think with some of this work, I could have done like some math credits for statistics, but I didn't do that at the start of the year. And the conversations for me were generally pretty easy, and it wasn't much of a barrier to access the flexible pathways. But I think for other people in other schools, it is much more difficult. And I know a lot of people, like I had a lot of friends who would come in for like 1 or 2 periods a week, for like 45 minutes, an hour a week, and they would spend the rest of the time in the field, like on a construction site, working and getting paid, and they were getting credit for doing that by submitting learning and submitting and doing like various projects. So I think that is a really dynamic way to get to the graduation requirements. But I think that these graduation requirements will help to level the playing field and make it so that everybody can have access to the same flexible pathways.
I love that, John Dewey, learning by doing and being out there, whether it's in the business world or the medical world or education, whatever it is, and reflecting and bringing that into the classroom and vice versa. So that's great to hear. And then finally, back to the, we have this high graduation rate, and we'd say, all right, what are you graduating actually with? I remember taking testimony from a lot of colleges that said, and now this was a while ago, when students are coming to college, there is a period where we find that, yes, they may have graduated, but they're going right into remediation programs in terms of some work. CCV would speak to this a lot in other institutions of higher education. And I'm wondering if through all of this back and forth, have we had robust conversations with our colleges and universities around what they're seeing with regard to students, anything that they, is there any area that they would like to weigh in on?
Yeah,
Or is
I
that
can
maybe
jump
to
in.
come? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Just out of curiosity.
absolutely. So we continue to have ongoing collaboration with our institutions of higher education, and we are hearing some of that feedback that students are entering college not prepared or not ready to take on the rigor of coursework. We've also, as you've heard me share a story of a student that was a valedictorian and won the Green and Gold Scholarship, but didn't have the prerequisites to actually attend UVM. So we do know that there is a significant disconnect. And so when we talk about flexibility, it's important that we anchor that around a common understanding of our state board adopted standards. So there is flexibility for students to demonstrate mastery of those standards, but it's important that we're really clear in establishing that as the outcome, and that there might be different ways that students can show that they're demonstrating that. But you've heard us make a really clear connection between the standards, the assessment, and the learning. Assessment is ultimately a measure of what students have learned, and we need to make sure that there is a level of consistency. when we did our monitoring visit from the U.S. Department of Education, they named two things, and I think it's important to bring that back in. One is that we have uneven rigor because there's so much variability with what's required for a diploma, anywhere from 16 credits, I think, to what, 22.5? What's 28? Yeah, 16 credits to 28 credits. That's a really big range. And they said that they found that our flexible pathways also demonstrate uneven rigor, right? And so we cannot have a pathway that is less rigorous to achieving the same diploma. So it's both that we need to address, both establishing a very consistent standard for what that diploma means. And when we're providing for that level of flexibility, ensuring that there is consistency of rigor, that is all anchored around the state board adopted standards. So yes, there is flexibility to getting to mastery of those standards, but we need to make sure that we're really clear and setting the expectations for what that means. And Erin, if you'd like to expand, I'll give you the floor.
No, I think both Jacoby and Secretary Saunders' comments have covered it quite well. I think that in my conversations with practitioners, educators across the state, there's variability in how closely they are anchoring to the state board approved standards in those flexible pathway opportunities. And so what you will see reflected in what our recommendations are is that we first looked at what's in EQS as the content areas that have state board approved standards. And our whole approach to the graduation requirements proposal to date has been to name those content areas from EQS that we know have state board approved sets of standards, and then determine an appropriate number of credits per content area. Having a really clear framework like that is what is actually going to enable more flexibility in how we deliver on those. Because if we can really see spelled out what standards are expected to be covered to earn credit in each content area, we actually can become more innovative in the ways that we are delivering those learning experiences for students. We just need to make sure that we're able to map back onto it. But absent that framework, that's where I think some places it's just become a little muddied from one place to the next in terms of the consistency of it. Yeah, so I see this as a way to strengthen it, like Jacoby was saying, of having this kind of set of standard expectations of the standards delivery by content area will help with opportunities like the ones that Jacoby's had available to him.
Thank you. And just finally, and I'm not the only one who has observed this, I've heard it from other folks as well. And I just want to acknowledge how much I appreciate the agency and everyone's efforts on quality and this consistency and outcomes. I feel as though you're all incredibly focused on our roughly 83,000 students, and it gives me just tremendous hope and optimism. So thank you all for your work.
Thanks, Brian. Tom?
Yeah, I'll start by echoing what Brian just said. I'm so encouraged by all the work that we just heard. And I'm really, and Erin, just your presentation on the efforts to look at rigor, credit recognition and standard line assessments, and then measures of proficiency. I think that's really key, because Jacoby's experience of being able to gain multiple credits for that one block of time for Up for Learning. First of all, not everybody understands how to submit work that would match those standards. Not everybody knows how to assess that work to see if it meets those standards. And so I just think that work is so important. I will keep most of my comments, again, I'm on the committee with Tammy, I'll keep most of my comments or questions for that, but I do have two. One is about time. So some students need more time to master a standard, whether it be skill or required knowledge. And I'm thinking about CTE and integration in my experience with embedded credits and how that can actually require that they don't actually get to do the thing that they want to do in CTE, because they have to learn some other skill that doesn't directly relate to the project that they're working on. And I think there are some students that when we talk about graduation rates, it might take them more than 4 years to master all of the standards. And I'm just wondering if that's been a conversation in this probably about not only flexible pathways, but flexible time frame for students to meet graduation standards. Because I think when we start talking about meeting standards, I assume we say that in order to get a credit in math, let's just say there are 6 standards that count for a math credit, that they have to meet all 6 to get that credit. So is one question. And then I have one more, but any conversation on that, on students needing more time to actually meet these requirements or meet these standards?
Yeah. Oh, Lindsay, did you want to respond to that? I saw your hand up.
I just I have a quick response, Tom. I really appreciate your question because this came up in many of our focus groups, especially I was able to sit in on the one where we had Essex High School and then Essex CTE youth share their experiences. And I was just really struck by the CTE responses and their determination to ensure that they can both fulfill the requirements needed in their specific CTE program and their sending school. So there were stories like, I drive an hour to get to Essex CTE. I have my program that has very rigorous standards. And then I'm also required to take X, Y, and Z for my sending school. So then I'm racing back to take that class an hour, and and then I also have a requirement in my life to work outside of school, care for my family. And so that wasn't just one unique story. There was multiple stories like that, and I was only at the Essex, that was at one, part of our community. And so I think, they're either CTE students are either pulled out of their internships to fulfill requirements, so they're not getting the full experience. I know another young person said, I work at an early childhood center. This is my career focus. I have to leave my internship early with my students at the early childhood center to come back to my sending school to take a course, or I need to fulfill it online, which can often be tricky for young people too, because they're not able to be in that classroom environment and engage in that discourse. So I just wanted to highlight that piece because that came up a lot in our conversations with young people across the state.
Thanks, Lindsay. I really appreciate you bringing the student voice into this topic as well, and Tom, for you raising it. I think that I would categorize things as kind of like 2 major buckets here. One is some of the logistical pieces, and some of what Lindsay was pointing to addresses that, right? Scheduling challenges, transportation challenges. We're going to need to, in the implementation of this statewide, be working not in silos in each individual school, but really thinking holistically about the different pathways that are available to our students and the level of coordination that may be necessary across multiple schools, especially for when students go elsewhere for part of their learning, like to a CTE center. And then the other big bucket or category that I would look at is the way that we are strengthening our delivery of educational opportunities and learning to our students, right? So I know we've talked before, and much of the focus of the agency regarding this topic to date too has been around strengthening the K-8 experience. So students who are more likely to need more time to show proficiency in the graduation requirements are those who are entering 9th grade with gaps in their learning and gaps in their proficiency in the grade level standards. And that, of course, creates a situation where they're needing to fill those gaps before they can actually demonstrate proficiency in the 9th through 12th grade standards, which are those that we would have mapped onto the credits. So I know back in May, I presented to you all about the upcoming focus around core instruction, tier 1 instruction, making sure that all students are being given the opportunity throughout their pre-K through 12 experience to engage in the grade level learning. And then, of course, we will be layering onto that some supports and strengthening of the implementation to make sure that student needs are addressed at the moment that they need them before a gap kind of compounds itself year over year.
Thanks. That's helpful. And my second question is, there was a lot of focus in presentations about career readiness and maybe college readiness too, like post-secondary readiness. But I'm also aware that in EQS and in the history of American public education, another goal besides just being career ready or college ready is to be good citizens, learn how to be good citizens. And I wonder if there was any talk, discussion, either at the agency in your Listen and Learn tour or from the students in Up for Learning about the arts, the proposed arts requirement, 4 years of language arts, social studies requirements, anything that is related more to the, I would say, the non-CTE maybe areas of public schools. Was there any discussion there, or was there mostly universal agreement that those were good additions? I'd throw phys ed in there too. There's a requirement in there. But those didn't seem to get much conversation, maybe because of the specific focus of the AOE or those specific questions. But I'm wondering if there has been discussion about any of those less practical areas of the curriculum.
Pat, did you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I'll share this observation, and I think this came through in the values that we shared in the presentation as well. That like we didn't specifically ask about those aspects of the proposed requirements because for as was pointed out in the AOE's initial report around the requirements, for many schools, supervisory unions, those proposed requirements are not significantly different from what they already have for requirements. Where it did show up for students, particularly in the focus groups, was around, oh, okay, here are these new proposed requirements. I am very interested in and very invested in my school's band and music program. I take all the band courses that I can take. How will these proposed requirements impact my ability to take all those courses? Same with arts and dance and music and theater. So that when it came to kind of those questions of flexibility and relevance, students definitely saw like, oh, okay, if I am passionate about this aspect of fine arts or performing arts or the humanities, are these new requirements, including, for instance, the 4 credits of math requirement, which represents an increase for a number of schools, is that going to impact my ability to take all the band classes that I want?
Is it okay to add on to that?
Yeah.
Thank you. I would just say that in the non-CTE world too, beyond the arts related courses, I think young people really value the opportunity where there are either like an academy model or a pathway model within their high school so that they can pursue global studies or pursue more humanities related courses or their passion. And so that came out in it comes out a lot for us just in all of our work across the state. But I think there's a lot of value in looking at those models where there are pathways within high school so that young people can follow those particular passions and interest areas. And so it's not an either or CTE or high school, it's a both and, right? Like you have those opportunities in both places, depending on what your educational, path is, what you desire for your educational path. So I think there's a lot of value in looking at those models that already exist in our state and in other states, and understanding how valuable they are to both fulfill statewide graduation requirements, but in a very specific way that's tailored towards a young person's interests and passions.
I'd just like to weigh in, Lindsay and Pat. I love your reflections on this and being able to bring forward the conversation that we've been having with students across the state. Just want to reinforce that at the Agency of Education, we continue to take a whole child approach while we're elevating the rigor of our academic expectations, and the opportunity with the statewide graduation requirements and graduating with a seal or an endorsement is that you really are able to graduate with a Vermont diploma and a specialization in your area of interest. And so as this emerges right now, we're seeing that more students are graduating with the seal of biliteracy. We're about to develop a new seal in global leadership. And there's opportunity as we move forward for students to graduate with, specialization in the fine arts or in engineering and a lot of different content areas. And that's the framework that we're putting forward, is making sure that we have one consistent statewide expectation and understanding of what the Vermont diploma represents, while allowing students to dive deeper into their area of interest and graduate with a specialization. We're referring to that as a seal, as an endorsement. Other states have badges, but that's really the approach that we're taking. And we know that the approach is really also grounded in an understanding that the students need to have a strong foundation in order to deepen their learning in those areas. And so we're really looking to strike a balance as we move forward with this approach.
Thank you.
So just a couple things, and I see we're off my little estimate, but I'll be quick and we can wrap this up. I do believe, but I just want to remind me, civics is one of the new requirements, correct? It just wasn't part of the Up for Learning facilitated questions, correct?
Correct. So we recommended 3 total credits of social studies, and within that we broke it down to 1 credit of civics, 1 US history, and 1 world history.
Okay.
And
the other thing I
just mentioned there too, that this is an opportunity, right, for us to really create the vertical alignment from K-12. And so that students are being exposed to the full history. We know that sometimes with scheduling, there's an emphasis on expanding your double block of ELA and maybe not teaching a social studies class. And so we're really coming into this conversation with expressing a value of students learning social studies and thinking about how we embed that into our coordinated curriculum, not just in high school with these credits, but in our whole K-12 system.
Great. The other thing I definitely wanted to agree with the idea that we need to consistently recognize CTE classes as meeting various credits, because I can imagine that would be really challenging for a kid who's in a CTE class, doing electrical work or, automotive or something and not getting math credits for that. So I think that's something that seems like an easy fix. I mean, it's probably more complicated than I realized, but conceptually it seems like an easy fix. And then the other thing I've sort of been thinking through the whole issue on foreign languages and, really how there is a split of opinion between, kids who are planning to go to college versus kids who aren't. And I think that's real because I know a lot of colleges require a certain proficiency or, a certain number of credits in a foreign language. So I can see that requirement would be really relevant for kids who are planning to go off to college and maybe a little less compelling for kids who aren't. I'm also aware that there might be a shortage of foreign language teachers that would help to satisfy these credits. And I say this, I was a French major in college. Like I really loved learning and immersing myself in a foreign language and just recognize the benefits that that brings in just, anecdotally. You learn more about yourself through the eyes of another culture. You learn more about your own language when you're learning how to, conjugate the subjunctive or past tense or whatever in a foreign language. So it's not just the foreign language, it's the foreign language as a vehicle to something else. And so I guess that's where I'm left, is thinking about what purpose, like what is the compelling reason that we want our students to learn a foreign language? And I find it compelling, but I think to sell it to these kids who don't necessarily see the benefit of it, we probably need to work on our messaging a little bit. Like, what is the purpose of this requirement? Because no one's going to become fluent with a 1 credit in Spanish. Does that mean that we have, conversational Spanish for, kids who might not need a requirement for college, but might need to be able to function in the workplace? Do we have, one of my favorite classes that I took as a kid was learning about different prefixes, roots, and suffixes, because so much of the English language is borrowed from other languages. And then, we had to take tests where we were given words that we'd never seen before and had to define them based on the knowledge of, the prefixes, the roots, and the suffixes. That to me seems like a really useful skill for a student to have, regardless if they, go to college or not. That's a life skill. Like, that just helps you to function in society. But I think I don't have any answers here. This is just me wondering, thinking out loud. But I think it might be helpful to think about the different purposes that this requirement serves in different contexts and how we can be flexible with that requirement so that it's useful for a student, whatever that student ultimately decides to do.
I think it goes back to relevance, and that the communication being a really important part of that relevance, demonstrating how this is connected to life after high school, why this is meaningful. So we hope that there's an opportunity in the fall to bring back the change management plan, which would include a robust communication strategy, thinking through the different stakeholder groups that are involved and need to be aligned as we move forward with implementing the statewide graduation requirements. Yeah, thank you for those important reflections.
Thanks. Mohammed, you get the final word or the final comments.
Yay, that's my favorite part. Thank you all, and Up for Learning. Good to see you, Pat. Good to see you, Lindsay. We've been together since World War One, and I can attest your wonderful work throughout Vermont and beyond. Thank you again for this work with our students in the region. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Jacoby. Am I missing Liberty? Thank you all for being with us and for investing your time in engaging other students in our region around this beautiful and wonderful work ahead. I appreciate all your comments, and I just want to emphasize a few things that resonate with me around world languages. It's hard to differentiate or distinguish learning a language and learning a culture of a language. Because while learning a language, unconsciously, you learn the culture of that language. I'm saying this as a polyglot. I learned 7 different languages, English being the latest. And while I was learning languages, I had to study American British studies. And that's way in Africa before I stepped in the US, which really tells me how important it is to learn a language. And I got to know about the US and in Britain, if you want to say, before I stepped in this world over here while in Africa. So it means a lot to learn a language that can lead you actually to different parts of the world. So yes, learning the language is one component, and understanding the culture of that language is a whole another one. So giving our student the opportunity to learn both or focus on one or the other, thinking of credits that we are talking about, that is what I'm going to call flexibility. That we are demonstrating ourselves, we are being flexible. by presenting that opportunity to our students. As for CTEs or BTC or career readiness, I envy some other countries on how they approach this. Think of China, for example. I know there is a huge competition in between the US and China, but I'm not that political man about things in between us and China. I'm just looking for what could help us better. So when someone is sent to CTE, which is, for example, let's say the one in Berry or Essex, Vermont is not a small state in terms of transportation, in terms of means. I'm thinking of how can we possibly decentralize the existing career centers in our region to avoid the time to travel from a place to another. You cannot be on a bus traveling for an hour and really focus on the learning while you're traveling. It's, Vermont, the weather and everything, it cannot be reasonable. It's really hard. And with that flexibility, also really thinking of when we say about career readiness, someone is focusing on a career, they want that career. Let's try our best not to have our students learn things that not align to that career, which obviously they are not even interested in. That is a barrier. And that is forcing our students to learn something that could be seen as irrelevant to them because they are not even interested in it. And how to avoid all this? I suggest really an introductory sessions to any course being taught in our region. And that should happen at the beginning of every school year. So students know what's available, what's out there. I think Pat mentioned this, or maybe Tom. Some of our students come to ninth grade, and that's when we start thinking about, career or college readiness. The work should not start from ninth grade. It should start from the very beginning, from preschool. And all these credits could actually be even spread out through the entire education of an individual, from preschool to 12th grade. Let's say someone who finishes the elementary school may walk out of elementary school with 2 credits, for example, or at least 1 credit. Why not? And at that age, actually, when you think of world languages, that is the best spot to teach world languages. They can already hit 2 credits there. And then at the middle school, they could focus on something else. So we should not focus all these credits at the high school level. They could be really spread out throughout our different schools, preschool, elementary, middle school, and high school. Again, I don't want to take this up. Again, thank you all for this work, and the students' reflection do really resonate, not just with me, with many of us, of course, hearing everyone's comments right here. Jacoby has been a star with his examples, and yeah, so thank you all again.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Yep.
All right, we're going to leave it there for today. Just again, thank you to the Up for Learning team and for the agency. This was a really well-grounded conversation. You've definitely given the board a lot to think about. And as Tammy mentioned, I'm sure that you will have many opportunities for feedback as the Student Performance Standards Committee takes this work up in earnest. And we'll have you back again before the full board, I'm sure. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And then board members, we are back off schedule. So as happens whenever we have good conversations. What I'd like to do is, do we think we can be back here in 7 minutes, or do you want to go until 11:45? Either 7 minutes or 12 minutes. Anyone?
7 minutes is good with me.
Okay. So let's try to get back here at 11:40. We are a little bit off schedule. I will try to keep us moving, and I will see you all shortly. Thanks. All right, so we are back. Next up, we have the accountability redesign. And let me just point out, we are a little agency heavy today. I talked to Zoe about this, and it's really important that all three of these things appeared on the agenda together. A, because they are so interrelated, and B, because they are somewhat time sensitive. So Zoe, I will turn this straight over to you and to Erin to pick up the next piece of the conversation, but thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you our proposal for the Vermont Accountability Redesign. We are coming to you as a state board before we present this plan and proposal to the U.S. Department of Education. This is connected to our prior conversation around statewide graduation requirements. Statewide graduation requirements will be part of our accountability redesign, but it also speaks to Mohammed's question around the whole system. So ultimately, accountability matters because it provides clarity of expectation for our Vermont K-12 education system. And we are approaching this in a very specific way. Accountability is important. It builds transparency. It helps us to measure progress towards statewide expectations, but alone it is not sufficient. Accountability must be coupled with support. And so as the agency is approaching our work here, and we'll go to the next slide, we've been intentional around our reorganization to establish a brand new area focused on strategy and accountability. And in this slide, you can see our organizational structure is intentionally designed to couple assessment, data, accountability, and quality improvement. We use our accountability system to learn. Our accountability system helps us to understand where we are seeing excellent performance that we want to learn from and scale, and where there's areas where districts or schools need additional support. And so as we've created this new area within the Agency of Education, we have brought on board Grace Shelton as our first Chief Strategy and Accountability Officer. And within this scope of work, we are focused on ensuring that we can generate timely and insightful information that we can use to drive meaningful decision making and will yield better outcomes for students. We have gone through a pretty lengthy journey to come to this point in time. And so the assessment team, data management team, accountability and quality improvement are all now working together. And that is based on feedback that we've received through our strategic planning process. We've recognized a need for stronger accountability so that there is that clarity of expectations, but also knowing that it needs to be supported. And so we first started this work through the listen and learn, where we identified that there were some gaps in understanding of our current accountability system, and also really that our current snapshot and data dashboard is not producing the insights and meaning making that's really necessary to drive continuous improvement. And so that has led to our priority area within our redesign to reimagining how we think about accountability, how we support accountability. That is built into accelerating a lot of the reporting that we are doing, but overall making sure that when we think about accountability, it is tied to the entire system. So you'll see within our strategic plan that there is clear alignment around accountability across our academics areas, our operational areas, and ensuring that that really is ultimately driving continuous improvement. So our journey really started with the listen and learn, helped us to identify strengthening accountability as a priority, which led us to including several key indicators within our plan around our assessment improvements. We are also bringing on a technical advisory committee that will help us to create new methodology for this assessment plan. In the last year, we published our annual report, which is a federal requirement. And then through that process, we were able to discover some longstanding methodological issues. And those longstanding methodological issues did not create the impetus for the redesign, but it certainly certainly did accelerate the work. We were on a path through our strategic planning process to overhauling our accountability system. But once we uncovered some of these significant findings, really helped us understand that we need to step back and take a comprehensive approach. Taking a piecemealed approach at this point, it would not be helpful to us to designing a coherent system. And in fact, over the last several years, making some of these tweaks have actually compounded some of the complexity of our accountability system. So that's led us to providing this approach to accelerating Vermont's accountability redesign. This will come forward ultimately in a comprehensive state plan amendment that the U.S. Department of Education must approve, allowing us to modernize our accountability framework. So we are bringing forward to you today a multi-phased, comprehensive accountability redesign plan. We are seeking your input before we submit this to the U.S. Department of Education. We believe that this is the approach that is going to allow us to develop a coherent strategy. This really is looking at building our accountability system from the ground up. We think that is the way in which we're really going to build something that's meaningful to our educators and driving the right type of continuous improvement efforts. So in this proposal, we're moving beyond just focusing on meeting compliance and really requesting the flexibility of time to engage meaningfully with the field in co-designing this new accountability system that's going to provide clarity of expectations across the entire K-12 system and also allow us to measure progress meaningfully so we can identify those areas of growth and ultimately differentiate the support that we provide at the agency to districts and to schools. So I do see, Jennifer, that you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So you're looking not just for feedback from the state board today, but you're also looking ultimately for our support for what you're preparing to send to U.S.A., correct?
Yes, we are seeking support from the State Board of Education for this redesign approach before submitting to the U.S. Department of Education. Yes. Okay. So this provides a little bit of context within. I want to orient you to the materials that you have in your packet. You do have this slide deck, but you also have the draft report that we would like to send to the U.S. Department of Education. It would be a wonderful addition if we could include a letter of support from the State Board of Education for this approach. You will notice that in the proposal, it also includes an appendix, which is a report that we submitted previously to the U.S. Department of Education that centered largely around the methodological findings that we discovered. The proposal in totality is much bigger than that, though. The proposal is really about taking advantage of this exciting opportunity to overhaul our accountability system so that it's clear, it's actionable, and it's doing the thing that it's designed to do, which is to support continuous improvement as a state. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Grace Shelton, our Chief Strategy and Accountability Officer, to walk you through the main components of that report. If you have specific details, we can dive into those sections of the report if that would be helpful. Our presentation is designed to provide a high-level overview of what's included in that timeline and our rationale for bringing forward this approach. I'll also note that we had an opportunity to engage superintendents at an all-superintendents meeting around this approach, and to host a focus group with superintendents who have expressed a deep interest in redesigning our accountability system. Their input has informed revisions that we've made to the report and also to this presentation, which Grace can highlight as she walks you through the slides.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Zoe. Hello, everyone. Grace Shelton here. I believe I had the opportunity to introduce myself in a prior convening, but I know I'm still relatively new to this space. So thank you all for your time and attention today. And I'm excited to be talking through this topic in particular. So I wanted to quickly share that we've got 3 objectives for today's conversation. First, I want to make sure that we develop a common understanding of what we really want accountability to accomplish for our students in the state of Vermont. And as soon as that is pretty clear, I then want to share kind of the direction that we're heading. Not necessarily every technical decision, as you'll see in the report, a lot of that decision making we anticipate happening down the road through conversations with partners and stakeholders across the state. But we do want to make sure that the design philosophy that we are applying throughout this redesign is something that we can all agree on and have that support moving forward. And then finally, I want to make sure that we have an opportunity, of course, to hear from you as we're thinking through each design decision before, of course, anything does become fixed. I think your role as the state board is very critical to us in helping us ensure that this system reflects Vermont's values, as well as that technical quality piece, which really does need to be central in ensuring that this is a robust and lasting evergreen system. So briefly want to touch on accountability at large. I think oftentimes accountability can be reduced to a rating or a labeling system. And we think that's far too narrow. It's certainly far too narrow for the system that we are trying to produce now. We have this cycle here, which was created, as Zoe mentioned, in partnership with the superintendents that we met with a few weeks ago in thinking through how accountability should function within practice. Assessment at the top here, that's really where the information begins. That's where we get some of that baseline data. But the real value comes from turning that information into those meaningful insights that help our schools improve. And so those insights should then inform planning, should then drive the support and the resources that the agency puts in place for our schools, and then ultimately improve student outcomes. If that cycle breaks down anywhere, that is where we see accountability become a compliance tool or a compliance mechanism instead of that improvement cycle that we are striving toward. So accountability in this sense should really be thought of as a mechanism to help schools improve, not simply identify them under a certain rating or labeling system. And that's really kind of the North Star guiding principle that we are utilizing as we're thinking through how we might redesign this in a space that ultimately leads to it being used and leads to those improved outcomes. So along those lines, what should accountability actually do? This is something that we've thought really long and hard about. This is something that we have already begun engaging with our superintendents and thinking really critically about how this could be useful in practice. A strong accountability system serves different people in different ways. So you'll see here we've broken it out by different stakeholder groups and how they might utilize this information. You know, families deserve information that they can understand, an accountability system that a family member can say, I know how this rating came to be for my school. And then, you know, educators deserve this information to help improve instruction. It should be useful and reflect what's actually happening within the classroom so that targeted support and instruction can then be applied where it's needed most. District leaders, of course, deserve or need information that supports planning and resource allocation. One of the things that came out of our conversation with superintendents previously too was that this is a real opportunity for districts to have clear information to make connections across the state where they might see best practices that reflect some of the challenges that they're facing within their own systems and have an opportunity to connect with one another on those strategies that are being utilized and those reflections that are coming out of an accountability system. And then, of course, at the state, you know, we need reliable information to direct support where it's needed most. To Zoe's point earlier, an accountability system cannot function properly if it's not applied alongside incredible support from the agency. And so if this system is to be working as intended, those supports would be really targeted and geared toward areas where the accountability system has reflected the highest need. And so that is really what we are hoping to accomplish. Future state characteristics of a strong system here. Again, you know, we separate out here a little bit what we see in our current system and what we're striving towards. We've been asking ourselves a very simple question, which is, if we were to build the system today from scratch, what do we want to see? And we know that the current accountability system employed by the state of Vermont is increasingly complex, which is a large barrier for folks to being able to utilize that system for information. You know, in some of our conversations conversations with the field, even experienced educators struggle to explain how our accountability system works because it has such complexity kind of baked into how each metric is calculated and fed through sort of that machine. So that complexity makes it difficult to maintain, but it also makes it harder to trust. And so for us, a future system really needs to have that transparency. While it needs to be technically rigorous, it needs to be understandable, actionable, and then designed around that continuous improvement approach. I also want to caution here when we're talking about a simpler accountability system that does not in any way mean less rigorous. All it means in this sense is more understandable. And that's where you really start to see meaning making and change. I know Zoe touched on this when we looked a little bit at the Vermont modernization journey, as we call it, but I wanted to spend a moment addressing an important question that some people have asked, which is why now? And I think the answer here is that, as we previously discussed, modernization has been underway for quite some time, but we also have a really unique opportunity where we have the stakeholder engagement that we need, we have the leadership structures in place to make really meaningful change. And we also have those technical partnerships, which I will dive into a little bit more later in this presentation. And the reporting modernization work is also in motion. So we have all of these pieces working together, in addition to the technical review that identified those methodological errors that Zoe mentioned previously. It really confirmed that that now is not the time for incremental fixes. I think the opportunity that we have in front of us is to address some deep structural issues and really kind of redesign from that space. So you'll see that outlined within this slide here as to why we view this as an opportune time to begin this work. So rather than continue investing in a system that we know needed that fundamental redesign, we chose what we believe is the more responsible path. One thing I want to make clear here is that we still have robust data that we will be sharing throughout this process. Student assessment results remain valid, regardless of the technical errors that we surfaced previously. So the issue that we have been referring to was how portions of the accountability methodology translated those results into determinations, and that's where we saw some of those concerning errors. I wanted to make that point really clear as well as we talk about this moving forward. So, principles guiding the redesign. There are some elements in here that were really heavily influenced by our conversations with superintendents to make sure that our decision-making framework, which is essentially what this is reflective of shared ownership. And so whenever we evaluate a new indicator or reporting feature or accountability calculation, we want to be able to ask ourselves whether it advances these principles. So we start with transparency. You'll see here at the bottom of this figure, transparency, of course, meaning people can understand the system, equity and access, making sure every student is represented fairly and accurately within the system, technical quality, we want to make sure everything is valid and defensible, continuous improvement, of course, accountability being part of ongoing planning, not an annual event, actionability, which I've touched on as well. And then that shared ownership piece you see at the top was something that was specifically asked for by our superintendent engagement group, recognizing that improvement belongs to schools, district, families, community, and the agency together. And shared ownership within this system is really going to be the point that makes this ultimately successful and usable. So, if our proposal doesn't move toward these principles, it doesn't belong in the systems. And so this is really where we're going to be applying a lot of our thinking and decision making moving forward. I want to touch on how this advances the education quality work we've been discussing today throughout the majority of our presentations. This really connects quite nicely. Ultimately, accountability is one component of a broader education quality strategy. We've got assessment, which informs reporting, as I've mentioned before. Reporting informs then needs assessment. Needs assessments inform those goal-setting principles. Goals drive resource allocation, resources support improvement planning, progress is monitored, and the cycle begins again. That reflect and refine component of this cycle, I also want to call out, was an addition made through our engagement with the field field and thinking really critically about how to make this cycle of improvement as useful as possible. So having that opportunity after progress monitoring to look back in a retrospect at the process and then be able to make adjustments moving forward prior to the next assessment event. That's how we're going to see some really strong success here. Our reporting dashboard and accountability redesign work is intended to strengthen every single step of this improvement cycle, not simply produce another report, for example. So this is the big slide. This is the one that I'll be spending the most time on today. And you'll notice as you read the report itself, we get into much more detail on every single phase within this 4-phase plan, but I wanted to touch on it briefly so that we have a common understanding here on what we're proposing. So everything discussed kind of comes together in this implementation roadmap. You know, one of the lessons we've learned is this work cannot happen overnight. It requires technical rigor, stakeholder engagement, careful testing, and of course, thoughtful implementation. So that's why we've intentionally designed this four-phase process. And so I'm going to start with phase 1, and fall 2026 is where you see a lot of this work underway. So this coming fall, this first phase is focused on rebuilding confidence in the data that we produce and share and restoring transparency as a result. So the key work that we are anticipating in phase 1 is launching that new statewide reporting dashboard with a substantially improved public reporting, improving our subgroup reporting and data accessibility, restoring that timely communication with districts and families that has been called for quite often. Completing the establishment of our technical advisory committee, which Zoe mentioned earlier, as well as our statewide reporting and dashboard vendor. We are close to executing that contract, launching a research practice partnership with some research partners out of Stanford University to help us evaluate that work throughout the implementation process. And then, of course, convening our accountability working group and technical advisory committee to begin informing those design decisions. Throughout phase 1, schools are going to see better reporting, improved access to information, greater transparency, and more opportunities to engage within the system redesign process. So this is the time where they will expect a lot of communication from us, but not any major accountability changes quite yet. So that's going to bring us into phase 2, designing the new accountability framework. So once the foundation is in place, this is when the work can shift into more of that design space. So the work of this phase will really focus on deep technical analyses of our indicators, weighting, business rules, and the methodology that we apply. Stakeholder engagement across educators, district leaders, and families, as well as that technical advisory committee providing independent review of every major design decision, our Stanford research partners evaluating design choices against research and national best practices. And then, of course, the reporting dashboard will continue to evolve throughout this process alongside the accountability framework, so they function as one integrated system. And then at the end of phase 2, we hope to have a draft of our state plan amendment. Throughout phase 2, districts will have lots of opportunities to provide feedback before anything is finalized. So we hope to share prototypes, draft methodologies, and opportunities for folks to help shape this framework before we then move into phase 3, the validate phase, which I believe phase 3 is one of the most important phases throughout this plan, because before we use a new accountability system, we really need that opportunity to validate it. So the work of phase 3 will be applying that redesign methodology using real state data, and then conducting technical validation and impact analysis with the field. So we're able to kind of compare outcomes in phase 3 to ensure that the methodology is fair, continue that review with the technical advisory committee, and finalize implementation guidance and training, and really create that guidance hand in hand with the field to make sure that it's reflective of what's needed in understanding this new system. So in phase 3, schools will receive baseline or initial results and become familiar with that new framework, but the results are intended to establish understanding and confidence within the new system. They're not going to immediately trigger accountability consequences. And that brings us to phase 4, which is fall 2028, where we will see full accountability implementation. So only after the system has been validated are we going to move into that implementation state. And that's where we will launch those statewide accountability determinations, implement CSI, ATSI, TSI identification under a redesign model, and then fully integrate our reporting, our accountability, and our school improvement planning all within this new system. By this point, districts will have spent nearly 2 years becoming familiar with us and building with us this new framework. So the hope is that accountability determinations in fall 2028 do not feel like a surprise. They're based on a system that we built together, that we understand together, and we've already been using throughout different iterations. I also want to point out that you'll notice, it sounded a little bit like a broken record. You'll notice throughout every phase, we have 3 complementary forms of accountability for the work itself. We've got that technical advisory committees supplying that technical expertise, research and evidence coming through our research partners, and then that stakeholder voice piece. So that's through our educators, our district leaders, and the accountability working group, and then of course ongoing engagement with the state board throughout the process. I also want to note that what's really important about this roadmap is every phase builds on the work of the prior phase. So we don't move from design to implementation. We move from, that transparency into that collaborative approach of design together to technical validation to implementation. And that's really deliberate. That is created so that we can reduce risk and build trust, but also gives us an accountability system that is technically sound, but broadly understood as well. I know that was a lot of information. I can certainly keep this slide up as we continue conversations. But I just want to close with one final thought. This work certainly is not about redesigning accountability for the sake of it. We're looking to build a system that educators and families can use and understand and ultimately improve outcomes. And so we appreciate your partnership in listening to this phased approach and reading through the report. And I'm very eager to hear your thoughts as we continue refining some of this work as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, and thank you, Zoe. So just before I open this up for comments, a couple things. Board members, you do have the draft letter. It's 29 pages plus appendices in the agenda packet. So if you have specific questions or feedback on that, I think that will be helpful to the agency. Ultimately, I think Zoe's looking for support. So I'm envisioning that I will make a motion at the end of our conversation. And just as a point of information, we are 10 minutes off the original agenda, with everything else that's been going on. If we were to keep on our time frame from coming back at 11:40, we would have 5 minutes for this conversation. So again, just want to put that out there. I'm happy to spend as much time as we think we need, but we are, going over our 2 o'clock anticipated end time. So with that in mind, I will open the floor for comments and questions. Brian and then Tammy.
Thanks. I just had a quick question. Secretary Saunders, are you looking for this for our sort of endorsement as something that's required, or just kind of to give it some, hey, the state board is supportive of this kind of thing? Does that make
It
sense?
is not, yes, thank you for the question. A letter of endorsement is not required by the state board, but I think it is really important that we do that for 2 reasons. One, for the U.S. Department of Education to understand that the agency is approaching this work in partnership with the State Board of Education. And secondly, I think it's really important to signal to the field that the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education are in alignment around this approach. As we
Thank you for
engage in
that.
further conversation, I would like to ground us in the current reality. The current reality is that our accountability system is not well understood. It's not providing the insights that our districts and our schools need to drive continuous improvement. Our educators have been very vocal about expressing that the current system and the reporting is not meeting the expectations for a robust quality improvement system. And where we want to head is to really strengthen our accountability in a way that we can lift up the priorities and the values of Vermont, set very clear expectations, elevate those expectations, but do it in a way where there's collective understanding and shared ownership. Ultimately, we're all sharing in the responsibility to deliver to our students a substantially equal education, and our accountability system is an important way to achieve that. So we've received a lot of feedback from the field. When we did our focus group with the superintendents, one thing that I walked away with is they were really pleased that we were approaching this from the ground up, as opposed to trying to take a very complex system that's not well understood and making a little bit of tweak here and there. I think there is an appreciation that we're trying to do this work, not for the compliance sake, but to really develop an enduring accountability system that's going to drive continuous improvement, give our districts and our educators the valuable insights they need to drive their work, and also allow the agency of education to differentiate how we support districts and schools to driving towards statewide expectations.
Thank you for that.
Thanks. Tammy?
Yeah, thanks. A couple comments and then I have a couple questions. First of all, nice work, Grace and Zoe and the rest of the agency. I think what is important to remember in this context is that what we have now is an accountability system that is dated and has evolved through incrementalism over a period of 20 some years. What we have is a very Frankenstein system that doesn't reflect, which isn't a system at all, right? And it also doesn't really reflect sort of how we think about current policy and practice. And it certainly is a system that is focused on accountability and not continuous improvement, right? And so clearly that system evolved in the early 2000s, right? When accountability was the word of the day and monitoring and things along those lines. We've moved beyond that, and I'm glad to see Vermont is moving beyond sort of that framing of accountability to one that is a shared responsibility around continuous improvement. And I do think that what you're putting forward does that. And so great work, everyone. And I think that's the right way to go. There's a lot of work to do here. Right. And I think that you've laid out a very ambitious timeline for that. I'll be interested to see what Ed says about that. Hopefully they sign off on that, but it's very ambitious and it's a good thing you're hiring good people. Couple questions though that I think are important just to get clear is you are taking on this work through a waiver that you recently received from the U.S. Department of Education, right? A number of other states receive waivers. You, as I understood it, sought this waiver because you wanted the flexibility to actually design a system that made sense for Vermont that we can sort of align with our continuous improvement goals. Other states have pursued those waivers for other reasons, including opportunity to use federal funding in more flexible ways to redirect toward private schools and religious education and things along those lines. It's my understanding that that is not your goal with the waiver. The goal here is solely to have the flexibility and time that you need to really think about and establish a much more robust system that is aligned with our larger goals and for continuous improvement in the state. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, the request to the U.S. Department of Education is for flexibility to give us the time that we need to overhaul our accountability system so that it is meaningful and actionable for the districts and our schools. The waiver, you've mentioned another waiver, and I just want to make a distinction. We did apply for and received permission for a waiver to consolidate state administrative dollars. So all of the funding that passes through the Agency of Education goes to schools. There's a very small portion of that funding that stays with the state agency of education. And it is there are a lot of requirements in terms of how those dollars are spent and accounted for. So we requested a waiver for flexibility to consolidate those dollars in ways that would be more impactful in driving our priority improvements around literacy, math, and chronic absenteeism. So that waiver does not change at all the amount of dollars that go to the districts. That remains unchanged. What it gave us was flexibility to do budgeting in a way that aligns our resources to provide the type of support that is going to be most impactful. And a very concrete example, for Read Vermont, we were braiding a number of different funding sources through our state set-aside dollars. And it created a lot of complexity from the accountability or the accounting perspective around which dollars were supporting principal training versus dollars that were supporting a teacher training. And so what we've designed is a cohort model where our building leaders and our classroom teachers are learning together. And so the braiding of the funds allows us to create that type of professional learning to maximize the impact and reduce some of the complexity around the compliance requirements for those funds. So that was a consolidated administrative waiver that we did get approval for. It is largely around kind of budgeting flexibility at the agency so we can align our limited state set-aside resources to support the field. This proposal that we're putting forward is a whole-scale approach to redesigning accountability. This is happening at a time where we are under corrective action for a number of items, including uneven rigor with statewide graduation requirements, which we've spoken about. But there's a number of other compliance requirements that we have to attend to in a very accelerated timeframe. And so what we are recognizing is that all of those competing compliance requirements are not serving the purpose of strengthening our system. They're diverting time to really doing a lot of busy work with a series of ESSA state plan amendments. And to your point, Tammy, we're kind of in this situation because we've had some incremental change. We've had a lot of changes and small tweaks to our state ESSA plan, which has actually created more complexity. So what we're asking for is the time and giving us flexibility so that we can engage educators across Vermont, work with the State Board of Education to put forward an accountability system that's really going to drive continuous improvement. So that's the request.
Yeah. And just to be clear, being in non-compliance puts our federal title funds at risk, right?
Yeah, being in
And so-
non-compliance has yes, it carries a significant financial risk. And it also diverts attention away from supporting continuous improvement because we're spent really focusing on compliance. So within the proposal that we put forward, we've actually integrated all of the work. So you'll see expressed in that proposal an integration with the statewide graduation requirements, along with a series of action items that we are required to deliver based on our US Ed monitoring visit. So we think this is the right approach. This is the responsible approach, and it's aligned to our values of continuous improvement as opposed to just complying with some requirements that aren't really going to yield an improved system.
And the signals we've received from the feds so far is that they're largely supportive and encouraging of us taking a more holistic approach to this. My read of this is very well aligned with sort of the larger goals that they have. But I mean, is that the feedback that we've received?
Indication is that they appreciate Vermont's approach to looking at this comprehensively. We do think it's important that we have support from the state board. That'll strengthen, I think, our approach and show alignment. The US Ed has also created some sense of urgency. So we did note that we have found a longstanding methodological issue. And it is important to address that issue. I just want to pause on that a moment, and Grace did a really nice job of communicating it. The results that we have are valid. The error was around how those results were transformed into a very specific designation, which is called targeted school improvement and additional targeted school improvement, which is designed to measure the degree to which you're widening the achievement gap among different groups of students. We have found that methodology to be fundamentally flawed. And so instead of just saying we want a waiver just to address those specific designations, we are saying those specific designations are actually part of a larger accountability system, and it's our responsibility to own that complexity. And so just addressing that one issue we found, we are taking this opportunity to strengthen our overall accountability system. And we are hopeful that the U.S. Department of Education will be supportive of that. We do anticipate that there is a sense of urgency in correcting that issue, but we really want to position that within this broader redesign. And you are right to note that this is an ambitious timeline. It is one, though, that I think that the U.S. Department of Education can see is ambitious, right? There is a reason for that. Like we need to be able to deliver and operate within a high functioning accountability system. And we think the way we've approached this with the supports we've built in allows us to do that in a way that gives transparency to where we currently are and where we need to head. So it's not, we're not asking for a pause on accountability, right? We are going to actually be producing a lot of data and reporting, but we're asking a pause for some aspects of the methodology because we want to make sure that we're designing that in a way that's really consistent with our statewide expectations. And through this process, we would expect there to be some additional metrics, right? We are expecting to design a new growth metric. Our current growth metric is not really meaningful in measuring student learning gains. And so we want to take the time with this technical advisory committee with input from the field and actually having a measure that's meaningful and helping us to understand the progress that we're making within an academic year and for district schools and down to the student level.
And while students with disabilities are always included, they're general education students first, right? My understanding is you also have separate continuous improvement efforts that are focused directly on special education and our compliance issues, longstanding compliance issues under IDEA, but that's a separate initiative. So there are really two initiatives. I mean, obviously, our accountability framework takes into account students with disabilities and students receiving special education services, but you also have another strategic initiative, correct, that's focused just on the implementation concerns around special education?
We do. That is correct. We'll touch on that a little bit in the education transformations presentation next. But yes, a focus on special
we're out of
education
compliance on that front.
That's absolutely correct. Special education is a focus of our strategic plan. We have been out of compliance with IDEA for a long time. And we did have a designation that we are in needs intervention. We'll share more information with the board on that. None of the finding was not a surprise. These determinations by the U.S. Department of Education are lagging indicators. So our most recent evaluation of special education as a state was based on data from 2 years ago, which is actually the data we have been using to evaluate the current state of special ed delivery and to developing improvements to strengthen not just compliance, but the experience of students, the learning experience for students with an IEP. So that has resulted in us strengthening the accountability for those districts. So the state gets a designation and districts, and many of our districts have been in longstanding noncompliance for several cycles. And so our role as an agency is approaching that to try to understand what are the root cause barriers, and we're proactively engaged with our districts to identifying and removing those so that districts achieve compliance. But beyond compliance with, and then the other piece of that too is we have contracted with a third party, West Ed, to really audit the Agency of Education in how we are supporting the compliance with IDEA. And as part of that review, they're really doing a triage of identifying some processes that we need to strengthen in order to be not just in compliance, but really supportive of improving the learning experience for students with an IEP. So that resource is in play. And I think having a third party objective review of the agency's practices is really valuable and will allow us to triage our approach for how we further strengthen our support for students with an IEP. And then beyond compliance, there is a separate special education strategic plan. We'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about how that is unfolding as part of our larger efforts to strengthen accountability and provide additional support.
Great. And if we have specific comments on the plan, we can just email them to you and as line item suggestions. Okay.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
So if there
What's your timeline on needing that feedback from us?
We have alerted the U.S. Department of Education that we are having this presentation and that we're asking for the state board's feedback. So they are aware of that. They have asked us to provide a plan as quickly as possible. So if we could receive feedback by the end of next week, that would be helpful so we could submit.
Thanks.
Thanks. Rich?
So mine is really easy. I looked through all my paperwork and I looked at the agenda and the paperwork for the meeting, and I thought there was supposed to be a letter or something of support, but I don't see a sample or anything anywhere. Was there one somewhere, or did I miss it? That was it.
It was sent to me. I think it was only sent to me, and that is where it remains. Not for lack of wanting. It was really for lack of time. And I did talk to Tammy yesterday. She and I touched base on this agenda item. And what she and I might like to do, well, what I could do is after the meeting, send the letter to board members. And if people have comments, I would say respond to me personally. I would maybe ask for that response by the weekend. And then I would ask for the board to delegate to Tammy and me the authority to finish off the letter and submit it on behalf of the board.
So I would love to make a motion that I think that was a great presentation. It made a lot of sense, even though this packet was really thick to read. I didn't read it all, but I got the highlights. So I would love to make a motion that the State Board of Ed support, create a letter in support to the AOE, to the federal AOE, a letter of support for the plan, and that our chair and vice chair be authorized on behalf of the board with input to submit that letter. Something like that.
Thanks. And it is the U.S. Department of Ed.
U.S. Yeah. You know, those other alphabet soup things.
Rich, I second your motion.
Hey, Muhammad, you and I are going to be a tag team that we can't be beat soon.
Why not, brother?
All right, thank you. There's been a motion, there's been a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. So after the meeting, I will send a draft of that letter to board members. Again, if you could get me any comments that you have by the end of the weekend. So Monday, Tammy and I can work on incorporating those comments, and then she and I will finish off the letter and plan to submit the letter as revised by the State Board of Ed in support of the agency's request.
I want to thank you for your support and collaboration on this. It's a really critical process for our state to be engaged in, and we appreciate your collaboration. I'm wondering, Jennifer, if there'd be an opportunity for board members to signal earlier in the week if they're going to have feedback on the actual report when they communicate with you about the letter.
Okay, so maybe can we do a weekend deadline of A, response to the letter, and B, if you intend to have comments on the report, because as we just discussed, any comments on the report are due by the end of next week. So, but there's no reason to hold that open if board members aren't planning to take that time. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, and if board members are planning to provide input or have questions, we would also be willing to set up one-on-one meetings to review your questions and comments so we can ensure they're incorporated in the final draft.
Okay.
I may, Zoe, but
Okay,
I'm pretty tied up between now and Monday. I understand your timeline. So let me just signal back to you. Let me reread and see if I can synthesize or if there's anything. You addressed many of my comments today. So let me just go through.
Yeah. And
Tammy,
let me
would
just
it be helpful to go ahead and schedule a meeting when it's convenient for you next week so you can walk through the comments, because I recognize you might need a little bit more time.
We all have a lot of meetings on our calendar. Let me just go back through I'm just signaling you. I had comments. I just need to go back through and check them against it. I will get you something by Monday. Okay. If I have any, I'll get them to you by Monday. If you feel like you need to talk, we can finish it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
And let me just say too, I'm going to err on, well, I'm going to create the presumption that if I don't hear from you, board members, by the end of the weekend, A, you don't have comments on the letter, and B, you are not intending to have any comments on the report. If I do hear from you, please respond to both of those items. But if I don't hear from you by, Sunday at midnight, I'm going to follow up directly with Tammy, and then Tammy, you'll follow up with Zoe as appropriate.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think the last substantive item before public comment and our executive session is the education transformation next step. So Zoe, turn it over to you.
You guys are gonna be ready for me to go back to my vacation.
You're going to be ready to go back to your vacation.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I can. Okay. Let me see if this is. Hold on 1 second. It looks like I have it. Okay. While I'm getting this loaded up, let me just thank you for giving us this time as the agency to focus on these 3 items. As Jennifer alluded to at the beginning of the meeting, they're all interconnected. And so we wanted to give this opportunity to talk through how these various components are driving our education transformation efforts in a coherent, coordinated strategy. I think you'll probably be hearing that theme from us at the agency, that we really are looking to approach this work comprehensively as opposed to a series of initiatives that are standalone. So we're really integrating our work around educational quality. And that is true for our next steps with education transformation. There we go. I think I have it open now. And so I wanted to talk a little bit. I know the board did spend some time reviewing some of the items on your plate for Act 170, and we'll share with you some of our next steps for education transformation, where the Agency of Education has specific responsibilities. But I want to really provide a grounding of this conversation around the enduring principles of education transformation. Starting with the Commission on the Future of Public Education, we as a state created some coherence around a framework that promoted quality, equity, and sustainability. And we've often talked about this as a 3-legged stool, and that these are interconnected principles that we need to stay coordinated around in order to achieve our goals of the education transformation. So number 1 is quality. Through education transformation, we seek to improve the quality of educational opportunities for all students, consistent with our vision of being the best public education system in the country. In doing this work, we need to align with Vermont values and centering all of this around equity. The funding formula that we're transitioning to is designed to be equitable. It weights funding based on student needs. So we're really resourcing our system based on the needs of students and applying the same funding rules statewide. So that means that students with the greatest needs receive the resources intended to support them, regardless of geography, regardless of the wealth or size of the town where that student lives. And sustainability is also important to ensuring that the long-term funding and resources for schools are predictable and affordable. So these are the principles that have remained constant over the last 2 years of our conversation around education transformation. And there are 3 policy levers that are interconnected and are being applied in a series of legislative reform efforts over the last several years. So quality is defined by what every student should know, experience, and achieve. And funding is intended to align those resources to make sure that our funding goes further to have a fair statewide system that supports the needs of students. And governance changes are designed to operate at scale so that those resources can go broader, can provide the range of opportunities that we expect students to have access to. I'm going to pause on this slide because I think it's really important to note that throughout this series of education reform efforts, quality is at the center of everything we do. So Act 170 makes governance decisions flexible. We know that there's now a series of actions where the merger committees will be evaluating the best ways to organize districts, and there's flexibility built into Act 170. But it's really important to note that achieving educational quality is not voluntary. And this process of education transformation gives us that opportunity to make explicit how we will define and measure educational quality for every student in Vermont. Today's presentations have centered on that focus of educational quality and establishing a clear shared framework for educational quality. Inclusive of that is moving to statewide graduation requirements to ensure that our graduates are prepared for their future. It also involves creating vertical alignment around our education quality standards to create a coherent system and to make sure that students are prepared to take on the content at the next grade level, or if they're progressing at a quicker rate, to take on new proficiency standards. The education and district quality standards provide an important framework, and through our efforts at the agency, we're integrating that work so it's under one coherent system. We need to understand the conditions that are needed in order for our students to thrive, and that's exactly what our education and district quality standards do. And you've just heard a presentation around how we're redesigning our accountability system in a way that is co-created with educators so that we have that shared ownership of those quality expectations and a clear way to measure progress, to raise expectations, and to support continuous improvement of the entire system. So in all of the work that we are endeavoring to do at the Agency of Education, it is focused on educational quality. And to achieve educational quality, it's important for us to be clear on the roles and responsibilities of every important stakeholder in this process, and to organize ourselves around a framework that is going to create alignment and ultimately yield to better opportunities for students and better outcomes for students. This is a table that identifies the key entities involved in the education transformation efforts. We shared this with leadership of the Vermont associations to get a sense of the description of these roles. And what we realized as we're walking through, it's important not just to understand the definition of their roles, but how they will work together. So in the subsequent slides, we're going to talk through the ways in which we're aligning our efforts in order to achieve that synergy and ultimately yield better opportunities for students. So with the legislature, they're establishing that statewide education policy, the funding mechanisms, and the statutory expectations for educational quality. The State Board of Education is setting the statewide expectations for student learning, approving graduation requirements, adopting rules, and recommending governance decisions that advance educational quality and the public interest. The Agency of Education is developing and aligning and overseeing a coherent statewide system that supports high-quality instruction, improves academic outcomes, strengthens accountability, and drives continuous improvement. Today, we've talked a lot about the areas where the State Board of Education and the Agency of Education are coordinated, and we're going to do more of that in this presentation because we really think it's critical that we're in lockstep as we move forward with the education transformation of establishing clarity around those quality goals. The merger facilitators will support districts over the next 10 to 12 months in evaluating governance options and planning for potential mergers. In their work, they'll use the statewide standards, data, and tools, and also the foundation formula as a guardrail as we're operating within that new system. The Cooperative Education Service Agencies, or CESAs, are going to provide opportunities to share services and specialized expertise, again, in service to achieving scale for students to have the targeted support they need and the range of educational offerings. And then the local school boards will be setting district policy, approving budgets, providing input on mergers and governance options. And our school districts and superintendents, they're operating our districts and schools now. They're implementing policy. They're providing high quality instruction and services, and they're being stewards of public resources. So what we recognized in looking at this table is that while these are clear roles for each of these entities, we also have to acknowledge that during the transformation, they're often playing dual roles. So they're really ensuring that there's a quality of education now in our system, while we're also planning for a future state where we're going to expand opportunities, access, and equity statewide. So within that framework, it's really central that we clarify our primary focus of educational quality. And this is where the State Board of Education and the Agency of Education are really establishing that clarity. And through our work together, we'll establish a framework that focuses first and foremost on education quality. And as we look at education quality as that primary focus, we're relentlessly pursuing high quality instruction, expanding academic opportunities, promoting equity and rigor for every learner. And that is aligned to the education quality standards that have already been adopted, aligned to our accountability goals, and aligned to the new statewide graduation requirements. And so this is where all of those pieces we've talked about today start to come together to establish a clear expectation and framework for quality. A secondary focus within the education transformation is looking at mergers and cost sharing. And ultimately, this is recognizing that scale is necessary and that the new merger proposals must be evaluated in service to those established education quality standards. And so as we think intentionally around how we structure our system, it's first and foremost educational quality is our North Star. We know the legislature has established some expectations in the last 2 years, but also over the last decade. Over the last decade, the state of Vermont has implemented a lot of education reform efforts, and it's our intention through our process moving forward to create a coherent approach of aligning all of those quality expectations and framework to support continuous improvement as intended. So as we think about the role of the State Board of Education and the Agency of Education, it's to establish, monitor, and support educational quality. And as you establish those education quality standards, the agency is providing that leadership and oversight and technical support on the ground to our districts. Our districts and school boards right now are educating students. And so they are charged with implementing those quality standards, delivering that high quality instruction, and using resources responsibly. And at the same time, they're also called upon to evaluate the benefit of moving to larger districts. In that effort, the Agency of Education has established a working group to provide technical assistance and support to those merger committees. The working group will help to inventory questions and provide guidance and working definitions to support consistent approach to evaluating mergers. And then as the merger committees come together, they'll plan, evaluate, they'll propose different configurations of districts that will meet those quality expectations. The CSAs create an opportunity to share services, and the school districts and school boards will be providing input on those merger proposals. Once those merger proposals are ready for review, they will come back to the Agency of Education. We will conduct our review of those proposals, and then they will go to the State Board of Education with our agency recommendation for final review. So it's incumbent upon us right now at this moment in time to be really clear on how we're evaluating educational quality so that we're setting those expectations up front, and that all work we do moving forward creates a clear rubric for how we're evaluating those mergers. And so with Act 170, there's an appropriation to the Agency of Education to contract support to help further these efforts. So as I walk you through our approach, just know that we're really taking a braided funding approach to this work. As I mentioned before, instead of taking discrete initiatives, we are really stepping back and designing a coherent system to support educational quality. Oops. So what we'll talk about through here is our focus, is the entire system. So we keep student outcomes at the center of all of our efforts. We've talked a lot today about establishing the standards and the graduation requirements that we will hold ourselves accountable to. We also are emphasizing professional learning as an important lever. Data, tools, and accountability are being enhanced to ensure that there's clarity around those expectations, that we're able to also evaluate our progress and to support continuous improvement. And resources, you're hearing a constant theme from us that we're aligning our resources at the state level to provide targeted support. That is true of the appropriations that we've received. We're really taking a coordinated approach to brave those resources with other funding so that we can have one coherent strategy to deliver on high quality instruction. And at every point in the process, we are seeking strong partnership with the State Board of Education so that we have consistency in how we're setting those quality expectations. And we ensure that the tools and reports that we develop are reflective of that shared vision. So ultimately, everything that we produce at the beginning of this process serves as a quality rubric for us to use in evaluating the quality of the merger proposals that come before us at the end of this cycle. So how will we get there? So I've mentioned already that we have an appropriation to bring on contracted support. We are doing that in a braided way. I'm going to show you how we are approaching it. In using those dollars, we are enhancing our ability as an agency to develop those tools and rubrics. And that those tools and rubrics will continue to be developed with input from the field, but they set a really clear quality framework and allow for consistency as the merger committees are evaluating various proposals. In addition to the appropriation for contracted support, the Agency of Education was given 5 new positions. So these are now 5 permanent positions that will form a quality and support team. This is a cross-functional team at the agency that is district-facing. They are designed to really support the reimagined field reviews and differentiate support for districts across the state. They will work very closely with our content experts that are housed in different divisions across the agency, but will serve as being that cross-functional entity to take a holistic approach and view around how to support districts and achieving those quality expectations. So core to our approach, when we think about developing tools, we want to make sure that we're not developing these discrete tools that don't work together. And so we've taken a step back and we've evaluated how we need to structure our request for proposal to bring on the right contracted partner who can develop tools that are not just helpful for the merger committees, but become tools that are enduring in supporting our continuous improvement efforts now until the future. And so some of the capabilities of these tools, I'm going to note in a moment, but they're part of our overarching approach to continuous improvement with our statewide accountability framework, providing that clear structure. And so step 1 would be a tool that develops a revenue calculator. So based on the foundation formula and the demographics of your student characteristics, it would tell you how much money would be generated from the foundation formula to work within your budget. Step 2 is then doing a needs assessment and evaluating a root cause analysis. What are some of the areas you need to strengthen as a district or school, or where are there areas where you've seen incredible improvement and you want to build upon or grow in that area? That will lead to goal setting so that there's really clear, finite set of goals to drive improvement. Those goals are each tied to specific strategies and action plans. And that helps you then to have a resource allocation and budget review process so that we're maximizing and optimizing all funding sources in service of achieving educational goals. And in the implementation and monitoring phase, we are envisioning that there will be some additional dashboarding capabilities to track progress, where you may need to make some realignments to how you're allocating your resources so that you can drive that improvement. And then those reports would help to, review results and allow for that overall reflection process. The way we're looking at this is it serves the purpose of improving quality now, because we have to remember that we have students in our classrooms now, and we need to be able to support highly effective teaching and learning practices now. And recognizing that each of our districts is involved in providing input around how they need to merge or achieve scale. And so as we design these tools, there would be additional capabilities within this continuous improvement framework. So one would be allowing for the merger support and scale modeling. So you could compare scenarios of how, if you were able to merge with another district, how that would change the budget that you're operating with, for example. And also we'll have the capabilities to do benchmarking. So to compare districts that are similar to your district or school, or to compare districts that have similar goals, or maybe districts that have similar investments. So it's a district that's investing in the same type of professional learning. That would be a natural opportunity for districts to pick up the phone, coordinate with each other on how they can design those learning opportunities. And then data integration would be embedded through all of these tools to make sure that we can support informed planning. And again, emphasizing our focus on a whole child approach. It would look at academic indicators along with indicators related to, enrollment factors and kind of non-academic indicators to understand kind of the conditions of excellence that are in place. This is where some of the scales that have been developed through the district quality standards and education quality standards are really important and helpful reflective tools as we're evaluating the needs of each district and school and how to align resources. So as we look at this model, we'll be converting this into a request for proposals to bring on a contracted partner to help us develop these tools and reports, but to develop them in a way that's coordinated and supportive of a comprehensive continuous improvement system that will help us to prepare our students for generations to come, not just to support the merger transitions. An additional element that's important to our work, as you continue to hear us emphasizing, is educational quality. And so as part of the appropriated funds, we will also have contracted support to enhance the agency's capabilities to provide training and tools and resources, focus on curricular alignment and support. And our academics area has created a multi-year plan, and Erin can expand on that if there are questions a little bit later, but the focus is on academic excellence for all. And in year one, recognizing we need to build that strong foundation and focusing on tier one instruction and strengthening tier one instruction. Through year one, we're also evaluating statewide readiness. So we've talked a lot about moving to our new graduation requirements. We need to build clarity and consistency around what that looks like. Our students have asked us for some very user-friendly tools to supporting, and that is part of our effort as well. So when you look at the tier one instruction approach, it's building off of the presentation that Dr. Erin Davis provided to the state board a couple of months ago, and providing access to high quality instructional materials, ensuring that we have a clear criteria for evaluating that, really emphasizing professional learning and developing those tools that will support with classroom observations around effective teaching practices. For all of these efforts where we're building tools and resources, we have a designated working group that includes educators of Vermont to provide input on how to develop these resources in a way that will be applicable, aligned to evidence-based practices, and implementable. So you'll see that within the RFP we'll create, it's really intentional around providing this additional support for professional learning, developing these tools. Year 2 is building upon the work to strengthen Tier 1 instruction so that we can support a robust MTSS system, which will come with some additional guidance documents, aligning resources, supporting that implementation. And then moving into year 3, it's really making sure that we can implement and integrate. So we've had a lot of conversation with the state board that in order to improve the delivery of special education, we also need to strengthen our general education because our students with IEPs are general education students first. So we've started to model what that looks like at the agency through our reorganization and many of our training efforts. But we see that in year 3, there's really some systemic work that can be done to really drive that in a way that's meaningful so that it can be sustained and improved over time. Alongside all of this work, we do have our special education strategic plan, which is a multi-year plan. We had some earlier conversations around that at the last presentation, and ensures that students with disabilities have access to the supports they need to thrive. So our next steps, as we look through this framework, we are recruiting our quality improvement team. This is that cross-functional team, which will be ends up being 5 permanent new positions at the Agency of Education. That is a district-facing support team. We are recruiting for transformational leaders that have expertise in a variety of areas, including in professional development, inclusive systems and student supports, data quality, improvement, and accountability, and district quality and operational improvement. I want to make a note that our district quality and operational improvement lead has already been hired and has hit the ground running. So we're really excited to have Annie Houston on our team operating in that role. And then we have a facilities transition specialist, which will be part of our new facilities team, but will also be interfacing closely with this quality improvement team as they're thinking about the longer range facility needs, more programmatic needs too, around how to kind of configure classrooms and lab space and so forth to support an excellent learning environment. We are taking the framework we are sharing with you today and turning those into a request for proposal. So we do have we have a appropriation to have contracted support. We are targeting that to take this comprehensive strategic lens to continuous improvement. And so it'll result in 2 specific requests for proposals. One is around academic excellence for all, which is the multi-year plan that we've put forward, and then the planning and resource allocation tools, which are designed to coordinate with each other to support one overarching continuous improvement approach as opposed to discrete tools. And then throughout everything we're doing at the agency, we are aligning our work under our strategic plan. So we're connecting our efforts around education transformation to the priorities under the strategic pillars of college and career readiness, academic excellence, safe and healthy schools, and operational effectiveness. So bringing forward a lot of information today, but wanted to show how we're connecting all of the dots to creating a coherent strategy focused on educational quality. The specific next step for us around education transformation is bringing on the contracted support to provide additional capacity for the agency to support with strengthening tier instruction and MTSS, and also providing tools that ultimately drive continuous improvement and also are important to evaluating the merger proposals. I wanted to bring this forward to the state board today before we create the RFP and go out to bid, because I wanted your thoughts and alignment around these tools. Ultimately, we see the tools as the rubric by which the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education will evaluate the quality of the merger proposals, because they are going to connect them to the education quality objectives that we are aligned around. I also want to note that every contracted support that we bring on follows a really clear process. We engage any external vendor with our team. So we create a working group where we have educators that are part of providing input and prioritization of the work product that is created. And the State Board of Education is also an important, really critical player in that. So we're bringing this to you first to really ask for, questions, clarifications around this approach, and also input around what you think is going to be most critical to evaluating the success of the merger proposals when they come to you, because we want to make sure we're designing the tools and the reports with that in mind, so that we have that consistency and clarity of expectations.
Thanks, Zoe.
Wow. Yeah.
I guess my first question, and I could maybe assume the answer, but I know the agency has often been, there have been comments that there's a lack of capacity at the agency, that you're understaffed and, so on and so on. This is ambitious. These last 3 agenda items are ambitious. You have capacity?
Yeah. So we often say that, this is really hard work, but it's the right work. So you can see that we are very much aligning around supporting educational quality. We have received some flexibility to budget with some of the federal state set-asides to help us in this way. We have worked with the legislature to bring on 5 additional positions at a time when no other agencies are expanding, so that's significant, and also contracted support. What you're hearing from us is recognizing that this is big work, and so we have to be all in and aligning everything we do in pursuit of these quality objectives. So we are maximizing every resource we have to fulfill these goals. We are a small agency compared to other agencies in state government. And we have a really big responsibility, and we've been called on to have increasing leadership with the education transformation, and also given the kind of volatility with changes at the federal level. So we are clear-eyed that we are being asked to do more. We are being asked to step up. I think what you're seeing is a real commitment to that work, and maximizing every resource that we have to achieving the work ahead. What I will say is, as we move forward, we'll provide you with updates on where we are. When we encounter roadblocks, we'll name the roadblocks. We'll evaluate what the risks are to delivering on these objectives. That allows us to have mid-course corrections as needed. So this work is big. This work will likely require us to pivot multiple times depending on curveballs that come our way. But I think that what we're building here is the right approach. We've had a lot of education reform efforts in our state for the last decade, right? And it's created a lot of new requirements and demands on the field. And so what we're trying to do is step back and really take a holistic approach for how we pull all that together to achieve the intent of elevating expectations and opportunities for our students. So we will keep you updated at every step of the way, but we felt the first part is really having the right theory of action to move forward, and organizing and aligning all of our staff and resources to achieving that. So hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, and I do think that it was really helpful to see everything sort of flowing through the lens of quality, because again, that goes right to, EQS, DQS, but really keeps the forefront that that is the focus here, and that everything else flows through that. So thank you for that. Tammy?
Of course, I start coughing, I just want to clarify, Zoe, I heard tools and I heard framework. I assume you're going to develop the framework first, and then the tools are going to be aligned with the framework.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
the framework's going to be developed by this working group.
So there's really 2 scopes of work that we're endeavoring to do. So one is the framework for continuous improvement. which encompasses several tools. And the other is the Framework for Academic Excellence for All, which also encompasses several tools. And so we have a working group that has been established for all of these areas to provide us with input as we move forward. So I would say this is an important point where we're starting to kind of merge different groups. So we've had the steering committees that have been organized, helping us to identify what is most important to measure. We have also had an Act 173 working group that's really been spending a lot of time in inventorying those effective teaching practices and also developing those tools. So now that as we move forward, it's making sure that we're intentional about pulling all of the groups together into one approach to guide us moving forward.
And it just may be 1 o'clock and my brain is fried, but I do think, and maybe this is what you're saying and I'm misunderstanding, but there needs to be one rubric, one framework that is clearly articulated that is used to evaluate merger proposals. I'm hearing multiple frameworks and multiple tools, and I'm not, maybe I'm missing it, but there needs to be one consolidated framework that says, here's all of the stuff and you're going to be judged on. These proposals are going to be judged on. Like, here are the benchmarks. Like, I'm thinking old-fashioned rubrics here. Like, there should be a rubric that says, here's what it looks like. Here are the benchmarks. And everything else should flow from that with regard to tools. But I'm hearing multiple frameworks and multiple tools, and that concerns me because that's going to be really confusing to people. And it also makes it challenging for the state board when we're going to be charged with evaluating proposals. There needs to be one framework, and we need to be part of that conversation for developing that framework.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think it might be reflective of my limitations as a graphic designer to make meaning of all of these different pieces. Yes, ultimately, the big framework we see is continuous improvement. And the mergers need to show how they're going to align with those quality expectations.
That's right.
Nested within that continuous improvement framework is the clarity around how we're delivering academic excellence. And I think what you're noting here in terms of there's one framework, and now we're translating that into a request for proposals for contracted support. There's a decision about whether it will be one request for proposals or two, depending on kind of what unique expertise we need.
Yeah.
But irrespective, so even if it becomes two, part of the contract would be that there needs to be that coordination with another contractor to support that. So
but let's
yes.
step aside from the contractor a minute, right? Like, so I'm school district X and I'm school district Y, and we're all busy people. We're sitting around, we're trying to figure out how to make this whole thing work. When we sit down, there should be like, here are the things that if you're going to merge and it's going to be a successful merger that's approved, here are the things it has to do. Act 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here are the benchmarks, and here are the indicators that you need to be tracking, or we're going to evaluate, or right? Like, it needs to be that simple. I mean, and maybe like frameworks are good, and I'm a framework person, but like we also, in terms of all of this, there needs to be that level of specificity, because one, we can't evaluate what we're not telling people they need to do. Right. And so if people don't know, like, here are the standards by which we're going to be evaluated, it's going to make it really hard, one, for them to do the work, and two, it creates a really tricky situation for us to be able to evaluate these proposals in an objective, clear, consistent way, right? These are the specific things you're going to be evaluated against. Yes, you can set really good goals, and yes, you're going to say this, but setting those goals is very different from having the technical and financial capacity, right, to actually get at those things, right? And I know that if and when I review those proposals, that's what I'm going to be looking at, right? Like, it's not going to be enough to say, oh, we're going to do quality. No, like, there need to be clear benchmarks and clear expectations for how we think you are going to get to quality, and that we're going to be evaluating your proposal to make sure you're doing those things and how you're going to do those things, and you have the capacity to do those things. It can't be that we have a bunch of districts saying, oh, we're going to do these things. In reality, they don't actually have the capacity to do it.
Yeah. completely agree. Feasibility is important. And when we look at all of the reform efforts over the last 15 years, the biggest challenge has been implementation. And so what you see in our approach is we're not waiting until the mergers come into being. We're providing that targeted support right now around what it takes to strengthen tier 1 instruction. For example, what it takes to be able to vertically align your system so that students are ready and prepared to earn a Vermont diploma according to our statewide graduation requirements. So some of the current variability that we have in our system, we know is producing uneven rigor across the state. And we can't wait for the mergers to be able to address that. So that's why you're seeing that there's a real intention about we have students in classrooms now. We have a sense of urgency to promote educational quality. Some of the feasibility is really having clarity of those high quality learning expectations. So that work starts now and has been in place as part of this scope of work. But agreed. I mean, I think what we want to talk about.
I think we're on this. I
is-
think we're on the
yeah,
same
we
page.
totally
Like
are.
I agree with you on the quality piece, and that's one
Yeah.
thing. But I do think that going into this merger process, the state board and the agency need to work together to create a very clear, transparent set of criteria against
Agreed.
which that are specific and measurable, right?
Agreed.
That are focused on implementation and capacity that we can then evaluate those proposals against. And they need to have those criteria a priori before and during the process of thinking about mergers, not after,
Agreed.
because
Agreed. Yeah, no, we're totally on the same page. Our intention today was to come forward with the framework of how we're looking at this as one coherent approach. Knowing also that some of this conversation will inform how we bring on some additional support, right, in the next month or two. But I agree. I think I would welcome the opportunity to spend the next state board meeting really unpacking this and getting precise and clear around how we're measuring quality. Today was really kind of overarching, which is it is a different approach, right? We're not doing a piecemealed approach anymore. We're pulling everything together in one coherent strategy. And I wanted to make sure that approach was really clear. But yes, now the next phase is becoming really clear and explicit with that checklist of how it'll be evaluated. And frankly, how it's evaluated now, according to our existing educational expectations. Yeah.
thanks.
So just so you know, I just added that to the agenda because I think it would be helpful to have a working session, joint agency, State Board of Ed, to articulate the criteria, design the framework, come up with the rubric. I think it would also be helpful once we kind of have something for people to respond to solicit public feedback before we finalize it, because just as Zoe, you have people who are going back to districts and what are we missing, what are we not thinking about?
Sure.
I think it would be really helpful to make sure that if we're going to hold these merger committees to these standards, it would be helpful to think about what are we, did we get it right? Brian?
Can you clarify what you're looking for in terms of these public hearings? I'm sorry, I missed that. You're thinking about holding public hearings in relation to what?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I think it's helpful for us to work jointly with the agency because,
Right.
both organizations have responsibility at different steps in the process
Yeah.
for evaluating these merger proposals. So I think it's important for us to work jointly to create this rubric. But then I think beyond that, it's helpful to solicit feedback from the greater public about this is the framework that we're envisioning. What are we missing? And then, at a subsequent meeting, come back and fine tune it. So I don't know if we need to have a series of public hearings on it. I think we just need to publish it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and maybe what I need some clarification on is tell me a little bit about our role compared to the agency's role, because it seems like a lot of this is on the agency. But
Yeah,
I could
well,
be missing
I mean,
something.
I think it's kind of akin to what we do with our 2200 approvals, where the
Yes.
information flows first to the agency. They look at it, they propose a recommendation to the State Board of Ed, but then we have our own independent responsibility to look at things. And, with these independent school approvals, we don't always take the agency's recommendation. Sometimes we tweak it. So again, just because the agency is recommending or not doesn't mean that the state board will ultimately reach the same conclusion. But yet, you're right. I mean, like, we are kind of working on the same side of things.
Yeah.
Given the consequences, in sort of the level of effort that's going to go into creating merger proposals, it should not be a surprise when somebody gets to the point of the state board and the agency signing on and off of these things. And we need to be lockstep with the agency from the get-go, and it needs to be transparent. This will go very poorly if agencies are making recommendations and we're saying no. Like that, the amount of time and effort that it's going to take districts to put into this, and the consequences of making this happen for the state are too high. And so that's why I'm raising my hand a couple times here saying, I really think we got to dig in up front, make sure that we are on the same page, the agency and the board are on the same page going into this, because we can't have that happen. Right. And it will create, it will be a huge issue for the state. And I think it's on both the agency and the state board to make sure that we don't get ourselves in that position. And I think what I'm hearing from Zoe is she agrees with that.
Completely agree. Absolutely. I think we need to be absolutely in lockstep and very, very clear. I think we have a real sense of urgency. The merger committees will begin meeting in mid-October. That's when they're required to start meeting. But many districts are already starting to explore possibilities. And we have to be really clear and upfront around how we will evaluate the quality of those proposals. And we have to be really clear in signaling that our review will be based on educational quality within the guardrails that they need to operate in, right? And so I think I would love to come back in September with some really clear tools for us to look at. I think there's a period of kind of clarification, like what does this really mean, right? I think there's welcome input there. We also, I touched on this briefly, but just wanted to name again that we're standing up a working group to provide kind of technical assistance. The intent of that is to really inventory where is there ambiguity or questions that need to be resolved quickly, so that we can prioritize working with the state board and providing coordinated working guidance or definitions that are supportive of the next steps. So just know that that's another kind of resource that we're standing up now, and we'll begin meeting at the end of this month. That can be a mechanism by which we evaluate priorities or review for clarification, but agree that it needs to come back before the board so that there's absolute clarity and sign off as the state board and the agency being coordinated in the expectations we're setting.
Thanks, Zoe. I'd
Could
like
I
to
ask maybe for some, maybe you could email this to me, but if there's specific things you want to make sure that we're attending to in our proposal, that would be really helpful. So I recognize we may not have too much time left in this agenda to collect that input, but we welcome it. So, please do email me directly and let me know if there's something specific you want to make sure we can address or consider. And bringing that forward to the board as a next step in September.
Thanks. Sarah?
I just want to offer, I can email to you, Jennifer, and maybe you can share with the board the specific statutory action that the board's going to take, because just a high level summary, the board considers the committee's report, these study committee reports, and the articles of agreement and the secretary's recommendation. They give the committee an opportunity to be heard, and they may ask the secretary or the study committee to make further investigation and consider any other information the state board deems to be pertinent. So separate from our collective work with the agency and setting that rubric, board members should be thinking ahead, and I'll provide you with some of the statutory clues and breadcrumbs to look from about whether in advance you can think of anything else that you may think is pertinent. It may be in that situation that that specific report, you know, brings up some unique issue, and the statute contemplates that. But I'm happy to circulate what the actual action steps are, so that when you're responding to Zoe's offer, you've got a sense of you know, the outcome of your work at the end of this.
Thank you.
I think that would be helpful. The
Thanks,
other
Sarah.
thing
That's exactly
is-
what I was getting at, right? And we need to be thinking about, in our additional information request should be unique to a proposal. They should not be, we shouldn't be asking for the same information over and over again. We need to think ahead about what it is that we need. And although the board has under statute, we have the ability to ask those kinds of questions. I think that the kind of questions we have should also be part of the agency's evaluation process, right? Like, it shouldn't be that they're using different criteria than we are, and the information requirements should be well known to all districts as they go into this process.
And
The other
just
thing I was going to say,
for the board's assurance, I want to be clear that my secretary's recommendation will be aligned to the expectations that we're mutually setting. Right, so I'm going to be evaluating that as part of my review.
the other thing I was going to say is, although, you know, the decision-making rests with the board, this is the position that we will be advertising for, that will be providing that assistance to the board to help us. So it's not like, again, we will be ultimately responsible for making those decisions, but we're going to have a lot of support to help us get there. Okay, if there's nothing further at this point, I'm going to close this
Thank you,
agenda
Zoe. Go back to
item.
vacation. We appreciate your time today. I know we took you a long way from your vacation.
Thank you. I enjoyed the time.
Yeah,
but I
thank you,
am going to
Zoe.
go back to vacation.
Go on vacation. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. Yeah, go enjoy.
I wasn't going to miss this meeting. This is our opportunity to connect around education quality as we move
Very
forward.
impressive.
So it's really
Yeah.
Give it
important.
some time.
Yeah, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Zoe. Okay, so at this point, we do have an opportunity for public to be heard. If there are any members of the public who wish to address the board. I'm not seeing anyone. So now we have our executive session. Before we go into executive session, I know, you know, we are off schedule by about a half an hour. Are board members able to stay longer than our 1:55 anticipated adjourn date time if we need it? Okay, just want to make sure that we don't lose a
I have
quorum.
till about 2:30.
Okay.
I think we should, it seems like we should be okay on that.
Okay, great. So the
I
other
see
thing
Maureen's
too,
hand. Maureen.
yes, Maureen.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that you will all be joining this meeting, back in this meeting, so you can officially adjourn.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Sorry to steal your thunder. All right.
That's okay. You keep me honest. Yeah, so we are going to, you know, I've got the motion language to enter the executive session. Procedurally, what that means is you need to leave the meeting and shut it down. Do not leave that tab open on your computer. You do have a separate link to join the executive session. So what I'd propose is that you take like a 5-minute break. I'm going to grab some lunch, and then I will see everyone in executive session. And then when we come out of executive session, we need to return to this meeting, and any action that we take with regard to the issue, we will do in open session, and then we will adjourn. But again, I'm going to need to have enough people come back so that we have a quorum and can adjourn. Any questions before I read the motion language?
No, just checking on the public folks. I don't see anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So I will move pursuant to 1 V.S.A. section A1, that the State Board of Education finds the premature general public knowledge of confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the board with regard to the tuition appeal brought pursuant to 16 VSA Section 828 that is currently pending before it would clearly place the board at a substantial disadvantage. And just to clarify, this is the tuition appeal regarding RW. That was my motion. Is there a second?
I will second your motion, even though you really messed this up and it's supposed to be myself and Mohammed.
I stole your thunder.
You did.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay. Next, I further move pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313A1F that the State Board of Education enter executive session to receive confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the board with regard to the tuition appeal brought by RW pursuant to 16 VSA Section 828 that is currently pending before it.
I would like to second that, and I would just also like to make a notion in both my seconds that the RWs not have anything to do with me.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? I'm not hearing Brianna. I'm not sure if she's still with us. But it appears that the motion
I'm so
carries.
sorry.
Oh, good.
I tried hitting my mic, but it didn't unmute.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this point, again, we're going to leave the meeting. I'm just going to take a quick pause, get some lunch, and if we can get there in about 5 minutes, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, I'm just looking. I think, let's see, I see Rich, Tom, Tammy, Brianna, Rich, and Kate. So I think we have a quorum. We're back in our regular meeting. We are out of executive session. No action was taken in the executive session. There will be a decision that is forthcoming. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Till we adjourn.
All right, moved by Rich, seconded by Tom. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you all. This was a long but really, really productive meeting. I appreciate your good work. Thanks. Brian, we just adjourned.